Hello, family. How is everybody doing? Come on in. Come on in. What's going on, family? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's going on? What's going on? What y'all got going on? I hope all is well with everyone. We're going to have a great, amazing conversation. So, family, y'all remember I told y'all we're gonna start inviting more people you may not know. Some of the people you'll see up here, you've already seen them before. And y'all know I'm still redecorating. So why is this showing on here? So y'all know I'm redecorating. So ignore the background. So I want to bring on some brothers I met. And y'all know one of them because I used to rock with them during my Berean time briefly. But I'm gonna bring some guys on, and these guys got a really, really, really interesting presentation that they have been working on, and the discussion that they have been having. As you notice, the title is called Mystery Unveiled: Death of the Whore. I know, I know. Some folks like, wait a minute, what is Sister E doing? It's gonna be good. That's all I gotta say, y'all. Y'all know if I bring somebody up here, it's gonna be really good. So let me go ahead and bring the brothers up. So first, I'm gonna bring up what's going on. Y'all know Slick. Everybody knows Slick in the room.
Shalom, how you doing, Sister E?
What's going on? I told y'all, it's a couple other people that ain't got here yet, but y'all know Slick. Let me introduce you to Mr. Is. What's up, Is Rock?
Shalom, family. Shalom. What's going on? Precepticons up in this joint representing. Appreciate you, Sister E, letting us hang out on the channel.
Oh,
Shalom
you're
for the
good.
bill.
You're good. And here we go with Mr. Yeremiah. How are you doing, sir?
Yo, what's going on, family? Peace and blessings, man. Shabbat Shalom. It's about to go down, man. Precepticons in the building.
Yes. Where's our other buddy? He needs to be on his way. Is he avoiding the conversation? He better come on. But come on, guys. We can go ahead. So I am going to hand this off to Yeremiah is and Slick. They did these guys, they're gonna bring some information. It's gonna be a very interesting conversation. So do y'all want to lead off? How y'all want to do this? Because I know I heard y'all been working on a good presentation. I can't wait to see. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, Khan. This is something that we don't hear very many people talking about concerning end time prophecy, and that's really where we hang our hat. We talk about end time prophecy regularly, and it's something that we engage with one another regularly because we're concerned with the restoration of the nation of Israel and how that's going to come about. A lot of times we get a lot of our end time prophecy from the other nations, but the Bible says that the Most High reveals His secrets unto the prophets, right, and the saints. So for us, we're looking at the book of Revelation, which is a book a lot of people run from because it's a lot of things in there that can trip people up. So many doctrines and different understandings stem from the book of Revelation, and a lot of hard truths are in there that we have to swallow in order for us to be better prepared. So we're going to continue to work to try to unfold and unveil this information. But my singular question starting out, will Christ, when Christ returns, will the whore that rideth the beast, listen, let's not get offended at this word horse in the Bible, and it's referring to someone, right? And will this whore that rides the beast in Revelation chapter 17, will she be riding the beast? Will she be operating? Will she be functioning when Christ returns? That's what we want to know. And what is her role? What is her purpose? And what is her position in the system known as the Babylonian system? So this is what we're going to be dealing with tonight. Are you there?
Where is this? So while we wait on is, I'm gonna wait till you do the presentation because I got a feeling it's gonna be interesting.
What you was, Sister E? I'm sorry.
Yirmi, I was looking for you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I was just saying if you wanted to respond to anything that I just stated concerning what we're gonna be going into.
Yeah, man. There's a very interesting way that we should learn to view prophecy according to a principle of wisdom that I learned. When you're reading things, oftentimes they tell you just read from the front to the back. But a lot of times the author conveys his most important thoughts in the beginning of a thing and in the end of a thing, right? So if you're reading a paper from like a university or something, sometimes just a principle that can be applied. It's not mandatory. 1 second, please.
What's going on, Wiggins?
Shalom, everyone. How you guys doing?
Shalom, family.
Shalom, family.
Hey, what that J stand for? Jim Brown?
Judah. Stand for Judah.
So one thing that we want to realize is that a principle that can be used at all times is when you're looking at the introduction of something, if you also go and read the conclusion of a matter, right, you'll have a picture that will be concise in what he's trying to confer and everything in between in the body of the paragraph. So what you see in Genesis more than likely is what you'll see in Revelation, and the middle of the Bible, the rest of the Bible is expounding on that picture. So that's very important for us to understand as we endeavor into this into tonight's lesson and understanding the things we're going to be talking about. Because we're going to see some things that we see throughout the text, but we're going to get a much clearer view of the picture of understanding, and we're going to search out some ancient wisdoms so we can bring out some understanding. Go ahead, San Antonio. Welcome to the show, Out.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I definitely believe that, some don't believe, I don't know what you guys have covered, but just as we're talking about this prophecy of Mystery Babylon, some don't believe that Mystery Babylon is still on the earth. Some believe that God destroyed Babylon a long time ago, and somehow or another, Mystery Babylon is that Babylon that God destroyed. But I don't believe that Mystery Babylon that John speaks about in the book of Revelations, referring to that Babylon. There is a mystery Babylon on the earth, and it is a mystery. And I believe that the more we are living and the more we are getting close to the return of the Lord Jesus Christ, more of this mystery as relates to Babylon will begin to be unveiled unto us. We don't know it all. We're taking steps at trying to figure it out and understand what it means, because whether you believe it or not, or whether you like it or not, it's clear that the children of God are in Babylon. According to Revelations 18, the Bible says, come out of her, my people, come out of Babylon. So we're definitely, the people of God, some are definitely in Babylon. And I think that as it relates to this prophecy of Babylon, it is for our learning. And I think the scripture says, blessed is he who read the words of this book and understand it. So I'm a land here, and I just want to say I think this is a good, great topic, Sister E. Thank you guys for allowing me on the stage to talk about Mystery Babylon. And it's always a pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Y'all ready?
Lahab, man, talk to us, man.
Lahab. Lahab.
Where you
I'm
at?
sorry. I'm here. My fault. I was trying to get I was trying to unmute. I just think this gonna be a good lesson. A lot of knowledge gonna come out, and I'm just happy to be here. We're gonna find out who this whore is and what's gonna happen to her. So let's get it cracking, Jeremiah. Precepticons.
Okay, so we're delving into the great whore of Babylon, correct? And the symbolism of female character in her book.
Yeah, man, we just in here. Couple mud holes in the free doctrine, you know what I'm saying?
So what's going on in the background?
Hold on one sec, Sister E.
Okay.
You don't get to come in here and be a damn Jesus, okay? And try to get yourself above the natural branches. Paul told you directly not to do that, okay? And so since you don't care about the natural branches and the culture and the custom that comes from these people, and when we sit around amongst ourselves and we teach our children from generation to generation to honor the ways of old, to hold themselves to a cultural expression that connects them to antiquity and their ancestors. And when you try to minimize that as if it ain't important, you want to go down to damn Jamaica and eat damn strip lobster and pork, okay? Because you want to sit around and do that and look ridiculous, and the Bible is just telling you not to do that for a reason. It ain't telling you, the Lord just don't happen to, he just happen to have a power for it, or you just happen to have a power with strength. Nah, there's a reason. And when you go into it in the scientific reason, and you look and see that these animals have a particular type of enzyme that, that cannot be cooked away by fire. I gotta win in advance. To make me a leader of men. Receptacles only met? Yes. Now they all wanna be friends. For real? I just got out of the booth. Yes. They know I be speaking the truth. They don't wanna listen to facts? No. So we just turn to the youth. For real? Follow me. Why these niggas play Monopoly? These niggas never gonna change, so I shoot him in his brain. Then he try to tell a joke, but I'm feeling that it's lame. While I'm steady spitting flames, pulling his information chain. Ignorance cannot explain, why is he on the campaign? Tell me what is the procedure, better run a chick to me to beat him till he gets a season. So he never went to see you. These niggas need a reader. They don't want problems with us. Getting a win is a must. Some of them thinking they tough. Yes, I keep calling it bluff. Precepticons in the building, man. Look, we're gonna deal with this information and we're gonna deal with it right. Sister E, can you share my screen?
Yes, I can. Where is it? Have you dropped it? Hit the share.
I got you. All right.
All right, got you.
All right, family. So, look, we're going to deal with this information, man. First and foremost, man, we want to give all praise and honor to Abanawi Yahweh, Shema Mashiach Yahushua, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for another peaceful and wonderful Shabbat where we can dive off into this information properly. It is imperative that we start a foundation. The foundation is the importance of flow of information and how we're supposed to disseminate this information concerning biblical prophecy, right? Can you all see my screen, or is it still white?
It's loading now. It's starting to come up.
Okay, cool. All right, so did the beast in Revelation chapter 17, did that originate, right? Did that originate in Babylon? You say, well, brother, that's a ridiculous question. The place is called Babylon, so of course it began in Babylon. Well, what if we say that through the annals of history, right? Through the annals of history, we can go into the history and see that, Salakia, what's going on here? We can go in the annals of history and we can see where this thought originated from. A lot of people do not dive off into pre-deluvian studies, but we as the Precepticons evaluate the information and we vet everything and stream it through the Bible. I want to make that extremely clear. Okay, 1 second here.
You cool? Take your time.
That was a very important point why the brother getting that together. We, like he said, we vet everything through the Bible. Excuse me. We want the information, but we want to make sure that it aligns with the word of the Most High and it's not contradictory, right? The Bible says, prove all things, hold fast to that which is good. So what we endeavor to do as we on our journey for truth is to prove those things, hold fast to that which is good, so that we can have something to edify the family, man. So that's what we gonna do. That's what we finna bring out right now. Whole bunch of excellent information.
All right, so first and foremost, man, we want to dive off into Revelation chapter 17. I want you all to walk with us, family, and take this journey, right? So you can start to see how this thing unfolds, right? This thing taking its precious time. Lahab, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Bubba Kashak, can you get Revelation chapter 17? We're going to start at the first verse.
Hold on for a minute. I can't read right this.
I'm
We
right
got
here. I got it loud. It reads, this is the book of Revelation, chapter 17, verse 1. And there came one of the seven angels, which had the seven vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, come hither, I will show thee unto thee the great Salaki, show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication.
Hold up. So who's the judgment for? You there, is? Can y'all hear me?
Can I be heard?
I can hear you now.
The judgment of the great whore.
Okay, so the Bible says that Revelation 17 is pertaining to the judgment of the great whore. Did it say the great whore and the beast she rode on? Yes or no?
No.
All right, so Revelation 17 is pertaining to that great whore. I want to make that extremely clear. Read on.
Verse 2. With whom the king, that sitteth upon many waters, verse 2, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Now, when the Bible says drunk, what does this mean? Right? They're discombobulated, right? They're not in their right mind. They're not dealing with their right senses. Correct? So we're looking at Revelation chapter 17. Can you all see my screen?
Yes. Hey, can I precept real fast to what you're saying?
Yeah, come. Yeah, bring it out.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 51 and verse 21. It says, therefore, hear now this, thou afflicted and drunken, but not with wine. It ain't got to be physical wine.
Are you there?
Can you hear me? Did you hear me?
No, it was kind of choppy, man. Say that last part again. They're drunken with wine. Go ahead.
It says, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 51, verses 21. It says, therefore, hear now this, thou afflicted and drunken, but not with wine. But not with wine. So there's a drunkenness of wine that's not physical wine.
Let's get a further example, right? Let's go to Isaiah chapter 29, verse 10. Matter of fact, start at 9, 29 and 9. Read that.
This is the book of Isaiah chapter 29 and verse 9. Stay yourselves and wonder, cry ye out and cry. They are drunken, but not with wine. They stagger, but not with strong drink, for the Lord had poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep and had closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers, had he covered.
So we see that they're drunken with wine, they're staggering without strong drink. He have closed their eyes, which means he have closed their understanding, right? What is wrong with the earth? Give me Psalms 82 and 5. What's wrong with the earth? Okay. Psalms 82 and 5.
And it reads, this is the book of Psalms, chapter 82, verse 5. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness and still in darkness, and all the foundations of the earth are out of course.
Out of course. Give me Isaiah 60 and 1. This is what we're talking about, family. This is what the whore, right, has done. As you see, Revelation chapter 1, and there came out of the seven angels which had the 7 vials, talking with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, which water represents people. So the delusion that this whore has brought forth is what we're reading in Isaiah 29 and Isaiah 51, right? The earth is out of course, as we read in Psalms 82, right? But the Lord has done what? Read Isaiah 60 and 1.
It says, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for thy light is come, and the glory of the Lord is risen upon thee.
See that? So the Lord, the light is come. What light? That light is Christ. And he has come to bring light unto the world, which is what? What does the light represent? Understanding. This is what you and I need desperately, especially what's about to happen to this earth. You better get your orders, you better get your affairs in order. Understand that, right? Great tribulation is coming to this earth. But what we have to do is we have to unveil, we have to uncover, we have to bring light to the darkness of this world so it can be understood. So we have to start from the beginning. My question is this: did the whore and the beast begin in Babylon? Or is there a pre-deluvian example that we can find that gives us, that sheds light on where Revelation 17 is deriving this imagery from? Understand this. Let's go to Genesis chapter 4.
A real quick question, Jeremiah.
Yes, sir.
In the book of Revelation, it mentions a specific character, right? It mentions a woman by the name of Jezebel, right? Where do we get the original idea of Jezebel from? Did they just pop into the Bible and Revelation? They just, or do we have?
Absolutely not. We have to go into the Old Testament. Once we go to the Old Testament, then we can see, right, where this initial example comes from. Who is that actual woman, right?
Right. Also, that's how we figure out who that spirit, that spirit of Jezebel is, by seeing the original picture of Jezebel. So when we see a Jezebelic type woman, or we see that reference made in the scriptures, we know that it's not Jezebel, but it's a reference from the impression and history that has been made by that person's character.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Outstanding point.
All right. Let's read.
So we're going to take this example as well, right? So we're going to go into a book that some of you might not be familiar with, or you might be familiar with it, and someone has told you not to read from that book. Okay? But we don't give a damn. We're going to read everything, and we're going to filter it through the Bible, right? So if something is telling you to forsake your God, forsake your creator, forsake your customs and identity, we're not going to rock with that. right? But we're not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? And miss out on information based upon someone's personal opinion. So we're gonna go into a book called the Book of Lamech, right? We're gonna spend a small portion on this because we don't want to lose. We don't want to lose you all based upon naysayers, right? But we do have to go into this information because my question is this: do we have a pre-deluvian example of the whore and the beast pre-deluvian? Let's
Excellent
find
question.
out.
Excellent question, because as I was saying earlier, real fast, when we see it in Revelation, we should be able to find it in the original picture. You should be able to find it in the beginning if you see it in the end. Well, we at Jeremiah, where you want to read that out?
We're in Genesis chapter 4. We're going to start at the 17th verse. The question is, who is Lamech? Is Lamech in the Bible? Let's find out. Read.
It's in Genesis chapter 4 and verse 17, right? That's where we want to start at. It says, and Cain knew his wife, and she uncovered and bare Enoch. And he builded a city and called the name of the city after his son Enoch.
Let's read that again. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bare Enoch, right? So read on.
Okay. Verse 18. And unto Enoch was born Irad, and Irad begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech.
Who?
Lamech.
Lamech. So this is the descendant of Cain, right? Read on.
Verse 19. And Lamech took unto him 2 wives. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Zillah.
Read on.
And Ada bare Jabal, and he was the father of all such as dwell in tents, and such as have cattle.
Read on.
And his brother's name was Jubal, and he was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ.
Important that we pay attention to that. That's a very important portion, right? Read on.
And Zillah, verse 22, and Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, an artificer, Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and in iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah.
Right. Supreme sucker nigga. Right? So now, these names are important. It says Naamah, right? And we see Lamech. So now there's a portion in a book that was written, and we're going to go into it, right? Give me the 24th verse. Salakia 23 and 24.
Kind. Verse 23. And Lamech said unto his wives, Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech. Hearken unto my speech, for I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold.
Right. So now we got an understanding of not just one mention, right? But a whole detailing of who Lamech is, correct?
Kind. So these are the descendants of Cain. And I know that, we look at this information right here. We've seen this in our Bible several times. And, sometimes we just need, because nobody has it all. But we need some of our brothers or one of our brothers to just start poking at our brains and say, who are these people like we're doing tonight? One thing I want to add as we go into this is nobody makes the Bible for no reason. This is the book to be in. If you make this book, you've done something amazing in history, whether bad or good. You know, this is you make this highlight reel, you in there. Go ahead, your FBI.
Come, absolutely. So, what does the Bible teaches us in the Apocrypha? Let's go to Sirach chapter 39, verse 1. What does the Bible say here?
I'm getting there right now. And while I'm getting there, I want to give a shout out, man, to my brother, Yuwasa, man, because he was the brother. We was ordering books together at the time, and he came across and said, bro, you got to read this. And it was some powerful information. So all praise for that brother, man, bringing it out. And he came back and said, man, you showed me some stuff in this book that I ain't see. You know what I'm saying? So brothers be growing. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 39, verse 1. But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High and is occupied in the meditation thereof will seek out the wisdom of all the ancient and be occupied in prophecies.
Hold up now. Read it again.
From the beginning. But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High,
right,
and is occupied in the meditation thereof will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients.
No, some, brother, just some.
All the ancient
80 books, brother.
All the ancient, and be occupied in prophecies.
So all we want to do is we want to go into and we want to detail and take a look at this information and see if it lines up with the Bible. Right? So we're going to be going into this book here. The book of Lamech of Cain. Right? So what you want here is we're going to go into, I don't know if you can see this.
I have my copy of it. I can read my copy. Is that the keep going? We want the next one. We want to go to the first part. And the reason that we want to read this to you, family, because if you still with us, then you should be you should be kind of intrigued to know this information. And remember, in the book of Daniel, he says that knowledge will be on the increase. As Christ approaches us, the more his light shines on us, right? As he approaches us and all the darkness is being removed. So these things are going to continue to come out. Ancient understandings and ancient wisdom, things that have been hid. So we're going to start right here where it says student at, if you all can read that. And I want you all to kind of screenshot this. And this is going to be a read that's going to take about maybe 2 minutes. But it's some really important stuff in here, man, about how they came into this, because this is scholarly information. Okay? So we want to read how they came up with the source, right? This says, student, in Genesis chapter 4, Cain killed Abel. God then marked Cain, reminding all with that blemish that Cain would be avenged sevenfold. If anyone killed him, there were 7 generations, all of them damned. Adam and Eve had another son and named him Seth. And his is the pure bloodline that leads to the ark and further on to Christ himself, right? It goes on to read, right? The book, it says, the simplest way to present this book is to point out the obvious. There are 2 books of Lamech, one that is studied and one that isn't. One that was mostly reassembled and tells the story of an antediluvian descent of Seth named Lamech. However, the book of Lamech of Cain follows an immoral descent of Cain named Lamech. This is the one we want to follow tonight. We're going to go into Cain's lineage some. You see,
Right.
oftentimes we're gonna see what their family history was like. And I know it's some wise brothers who done read outside the canon and seen some of those things already. So we're just gonna take another peek at it. And shout out to all the brothers and sisters who done already read this book, are familiar with the information. I ask you going. The book of Lamech of Cain that you hold in your hands right now is nothing short of great antediluvian treasure. When my colleague, Father Esau Morton, ironically, was working on his translation of the Lost Book of King Gog, he sent me an invitation to meet at the lead of his 7-person translation team for dinner, but Father Morton was not present for the meal. I'm gonna jump down some. It said, right here it says, at dinner, Father Martin's translator then made his team services available to me. He then presented me with a briefcase full of microfiche, right? Those precious rolls would prove later to document parchment tablets, the preserved animal skins of a mostly complete Ugaritic translation of the book of Lamech of Cain. See, they found it written on the animal skins. This is a great find. It
Yo,
says,
let me say this real quick, man. People bugging up in the chat, right? Let me make this clear to you all, right? We're showing and reading history on these people and their wickedness. We don't need you to tell us that it's wicked. We know it's wicked. Right? So let's make that clear. But what it's going to do, if you allow us to bring the information out, what it's going to do is give you a glimpse of pre-deluvian activity. Right? So please, man, hold your speculation till so we can get into the information so we can make our point. Go ahead, Iz.
You know, man, how the things that Esau searched out, man, you have to go beyond what you expect. Let's go. So it was in a Ugaritic translation. The book of Lamech of Cain, uh, it says the microfiche had been secretly held in the Vatican secret archives that we was told. We never had access to the original document, nor have we been told where it is located. You see that? It was in the Vatican secret archives.
Right.
It's very important. Those of us who know anything about anything know where the information is. It says, nor have we been told where it's located. There is more, but there are no concrete answers to the more that I speak of. What I can tell you is this. The book of the Lamech of Cain has been cleared for publication by my Vatican superiors. This is this Catholic information that they know about over there that they've been hiding. I can also tell you that it is the most profane and
Right.
ancient tale I
Right.
have ever read.
Tell them again, huh?
It says, I can also tell you that that it is the most profane, ancient tale that I have ever read. As we translated the book of Lamech of Cain, I felt a certain madness creeping in, unsolved mysteries, a fearful apprehension eventually took hold of me and questioned my faith like a surgeon questions a high cancerous polyp. I must warn the student to be mindful, for this is ancient literature that has been hidden from you for a reason. In time, I will have more to say on the subject. This is from so-called Father Ichabod Sargent, Hammersmith, London.
Hey, you hear me out? Is there any kind of way you can make that full screen, put it in like the slideshow view, or
let me try.
Just hit the because there's some people that saying they want to see it. If not,
Man.
fine.
I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, if not, that's fine. You can continue. It's at the very
Yeah,
top.
yeah. Listen, I'm just thankful that it's running smooth at this point,
Okay.
family. Y'all gotta bear with me, right?
Okay, cool. You're good. You're good. I don't want to mess y'all up. Keep going.
All right.
So let me just say this, Jeremy. I'm gonna pass it straight to you out. So we wanted to read that so you all can have it on the record of exactly what we're getting at, man. I really don't. I don't care about how people feel about sources. We want the information, and if you don't have the information, I heard a whole click motto say source up or shut up. So we want to bring this information out so that we can educate those who want to be educated, so they can have something to bring more to the table as well. So thank y'all for bearing with us as we bringing out this understanding. We appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
All right, man. So now we want to get into chapter 7 of this book that's dealing with a particular woman, right? Naamah. Who is this woman? This woman is pre-deluvian, right? So we have to see, we're going to see of what was transpiring. For those that don't know, pre-deluvian just means pre-flood, right? So we're going to see where the Bible in the book of Revelations is stemming and utilizing this language from, right? So we're going to jump right into this. Like, again, it's going to take about 8 minutes to get through this. Bear with us as we start to parallel these things with the Bible. It's going to be useful information towards the end of this presentation for you to comprehend, right? What is the role of the whore that rides the beast in Revelation chapter 17? All right, let's go.
You want to start at
Yeah, and listen, parental advisory. This is not for children. I want to make this extremely clear. All right. This video is not for children. Why? Because the information that we're going to be reading is not for children. Okay. Go ahead, Op.
you want to start at you want to start at that Naamah secret?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says it's chapter 8, verse 1, and it's broken in areas, you all, because remember, as we read the information, they translated it off those animal skins, and you know how through history stuff gets kind of lost in translation, but this part is pretty well kept. It says, and Lamech had a daughter by his wife Zillah named Naamah, and Naamah was born pale, but not with the complete mark of the line of Cain.
Stop
Naamah
right
was,
there.
huh?
Let's get the line of Cain's mark real quick. Right? Let's get the mark of Cain really quick. So, Lakia, I don't have it on the slides. Can you just
I
read it
got
real
you.
quick?
Yes, I can. It says this is as soon as you open the book, chapter 1. This explains why the guy. Remember, he said he felt a certain way about his faith after he read this. Watch what it says. It says, because we all wonder for years what the mark of Cain was. Well, we got some information. Now, it ain't my opinion. This text says this. It says Cain was the forefather of Lamech, who was marked with leprous whiteness. Sounds familiar? For God has said, whomsoever slays Cain shall have vengeance visited upon them sevenfold. Okay? So that's what it says right there, that he had been marked with leprous whiteness. That shouldn't be hard to believe based on the Bible. Shouldn't you hear me out? Don't we
Right.
just
Remember what happened to Miriam, right? When she spoke against Moses.
And let's not forget what happened to what's the dude's name? Shout out to Black Jesus Minister with this. What else you got in that bag, sucker dick?
What else she got in that bag?
What is it? What's the dude's name, bro? Why is his name escaping me right now? Who Elijah's Gehazi.
Right.
He got cursed with leprosy. So why is it hard to believe?
Gehazi.
There
Yeah,
you go,
that's his
kind.
favorite thing.
Why is it hard to believe that Cain's mark would have been leprous white skin? That's the mark. All of a sudden, you can't deal with the sun. All right, let's keep going,
So
Jeremiah.
what we're doing, family, is we're moving away from speculation and we're actually having text and source. For those that don't know, we deal with source information, right? So what we're speaking must be validated through a source. So we're not just pulling something off the top of our head. So don't get mad at us. Get mad at the book of the Lamech of Cain. Understand that? Read.
No security, no. Where we at? Verse 7. All right, where we at? Verse 7.
What else you got in that bag?
Stuck a nigga. All right, here we go. So not with the complete mark of the line of Cain. That's where we was at over in this chapter 8. It say Naamah was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all, and known in the city of Enoch for her singing. Do you all remember when we were reading the Bible that when we were reading in the Bible in Genesis chapter 4, he built a city. Just to highlight that again, he called it what?
Enoch.
The city, the name of the city. He said he built a city in Genesis 4:17. He built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch. This lines up with the Bible. Let's keep reading.
Right.
It says
that here in Genesis 4:17. It's on your screen. And he built a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son Enoch.
Okay. So it says, it says Naamah was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all.
Hold up, I want everybody to not miss what it said about the playing of music and instruments. That is very important later on in this presentation. All right, read that part again, is Baba Kasha.
It says, Naamah was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all, and known in the city of Enoch for her singing.
Right.
For her singing. Lamech, Jabal, and Jubal, and Cain all warned Naamah of the sons of God.
Now, what does the Bible say? Quickly, we're going to go to Sirach 9. What does the Bible say about a woman that sings? Right? Sirach 9:3. It's on your screen.
You don't want to be like old Suge Avery.
Right.
Sirach, this is the book of Sirach, chapter 9, verse 3. It says, meet not with an harlot. Remember that woman, was she a harlot in Revelation?
Right.
Lest thou fall into her snares.
Right.
Use not much the company of a woman that is a singer, lest thou be taken with her attempts. Right. It says she was a singer. Gaze not on a maid, that thou fall not by those things that are precious in her.
All these are dealing with the senses, families. Eyes, taste, touch. All these things are dealing with these senses, and they're able to manipulate these senses through something called sorcery and witchcraft. Very important that you understand this, because this is a major tool that is utilized throughout the world today. Right? Very important that you understand this. Read.
It say, give not thy soul unto harlots, that thou lose not thine inheritance. Get out of Babylon. So it says, look not around about thee in the streets of the city, neither wander thou in the solitary places thereof. Remember that harlot called little buddy in the streets? In the Proverbs, it say, turn away thine eye from a beautiful woman, and look not upon another's beauty, for many have been deceived by the beauty of a woman, for herewith love is kindled as a fire.
Right.
And she was it says, Naamah was beautiful and pleasant before the eyes of all. Right. And she was a singer, and to tell you, use not the much company of a woman that is a singer. So she has all these harlotous qualities that the Most High is warning us of in over here in the Bible. That's what the whore that we're being warned of in this understanding. You want to keep going with this, Jeremiah?
Yes, sir. Read on.
All
Let's
right.
go and get through it.
And the sons of God in the midst of the city of Enoch were mighty. They had power and authority and had their way with anyone that laid their hands on them. And the sons of God showed man how to mix blood and other abominations in the city of Enoch. The sons of God were extravagant and ruled over the city of Enoch with misery, and there was no rest in their hatred with this misery. They mocked men with songs, for the destruction of the wicked is singing. This is why the Lord flooded the earth. Let's keep that in mind, man.
Right.
This is before the flood, man. This is a very valuable glimpse into that history. It says, and there was violence on the earth and violence in all things, for there were less women, and men continually sought strange flesh for gratification. The wrath of living things was a force that the earth had never seen. Evil spread like locusts, resting up on every part of the land, and there will never be evil such as that again. Men uncovered the nakedness of their fathers and their mothers. They uncovered the nakedness of their brothers and sisters and nakedness of their own children, and men approached their blood relatives to uncover their nakedness, sharing all that was carnal within their family. Their prize was to uncover a woman's nakedness during her menstrual impurity. They were more carnal than any man who have ever walked the earth ever
Do y'all
since.
understand why the Most High had to destroy this place, man? Do y'all hear all of the violations? I mean, one Levitical law after another Levitical law after another Levitical law being violated by these people. This is why the purpose for these laws had to come into fruition, because they were naturally being violated. This is why Paul says, I would not have known sin if it wasn't for the law. Understand this, man. And you got Christians today telling you and I that we don't need law. You got to be out of your damn mind if you think for 1 second that it is not exactly what we need. We need order. We need structure. We need corrective behavior. As you can clearly see, this is what was going on pre-deluvian. Read.
It says, they were more carnal than any man who have ever walked the earth, for they did not have the understanding of a man. And it says, for a carnal man knowing, fools understand. Whatever.
Right.
On that. But the point is, this is the type of stuff that was going on while the Most High had to deal with this. I want y'all to remember a verse as we're reading this, man. Because you can read this book for yourself and get all this understanding, and you will enjoy the history, man, and this ancient work. Let's read Ecclesiastes real fast, and we're gonna get right back to it, Jeremiah. Chapter 1, verse 9. It says, the thing that has been is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun.
Good.
So we want to look back here so we can see what this is going to be in the future. Because as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the coming of the Son of Man, right?
Right.
All right, let's keep going. Where we at, Jeremiah?
We in the next section, section 21. Blood sacrifice.
All right. Blood sacrifices were offered with leaven, for the bread of wickedness was fresh, and the wine of violence intoxicated all living things, and curses fell from the mouths of men into the earth throughout the day and night, and the earth was burnt from the wickedness of the desolation, as men cursed all, cursing their fathers, and women cursed their mothers. All that lived cursed and blasphemed all, for the wicked loved the violence with all their souls, and violence covered them like a garment.
Read
So
on.
watch this. And Lamech warns Naamah of the sons of God, Genesis chapter 6. This is important. This is where the Babylonian gods and all these different pantheons of gods come from. This is why Babylon is known to be so disgusting of a city. It says, and Lamech warned Naamah again with these words: beware of the sons of God, my daughter. Stay away from them, for their intentions are not of this earth. And Naamah said, do not govern all of this land with your Leviathan. See, he had learned how to gain control of the Leviathan. Am I not safe if I eat the bread, if I eat bread and let my heart be merry with the sons of God? By eat bread, she means go and fornicate out here. It says, and Naamah was seduced by those whose genital organs were the size of a beast of the field, whose ejaculate was that of a horse. And Naamah lusted after the sons of God. That's what this white girl doing. It said, and then Naamah lusted after the sons of God. And Lamech Tubal Cain and Jubal and Jubal all gnashed their teeth and ground their jaws and dreamed of death and revenge upon the Nephilim. And Naamah did worship the sons of God, as was the practice at that time. And she did practice divination, spells, and resurrection with them.
See that?
Divination, spells, and resurrection with them. So now Naamah is also a wicked witch, an enchantress set to deceive. All the movies we see, the witches, they singing to you, they doing potions, they doing spells. The women very beautiful when they're a witch on the movies. All this stuff plays out. And the Bible warns us of this woman specifically. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Yeah, I guess it was a hot girl summer.
Had to be.
yo, listen. Again, this is why we were telling you all this is not for children. Listen, we're not here to try to offend anyone, but we're showing you the debauchery, right? That was going on pre-flood, right? So when we're going into this information, now we can see how this Revelation chapter 17, Salakia, Revelation chapter 17, why is it saying what it's saying? Why is it saying what it's saying in Revelation 18? We're about to find out, right? So notice it said something about witchcraft and spells. And what was those spells and those witchcrafts dealing with? Let's get Revelation chapter 18, verse 21. We're going to read 21 and 22. Whether you like it, love it, understand it, believe it or not, America is Babylon. We already have a presentation that we did that you can go to Yah World 777 on YouTube, right? Or Genesis 49ers or the Source Debate League to see our presentation. Or you can go to Clubhouse to the Precepticons room and look for our room, America is Babylon. Okay? I want to make this clear. Babylon is a world system, but there are compartments within that system. And guess what? The woman that rides the beast is a part of the system, and she's a compartment in the system. And we are here to identify what is her compartment and what is her role. All right? Something rarely talked about. All right? So we're going to bring this out. The connection that we have, pre-deluvian connection that we have with witchcraft and singing and instruments, right? We're going to go back up.
You say you want Revelation 18? I'm there.
Yeah, Revelation 18:21.
Hey, somebody shout out to somebody, I can't remember their name in the chat. I think it's Y'all Love or something, said sirens hypnotize.
Right.
Somebody got a little wisdom on them. All right. It say this. Revelation 18, chapter 21, verses 21 and 22. It says, and a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers and musicians and of pipers and trumpeters shall be heard no more in thee at all, and no craftsman, whatsoever craft he be, shall be found any more in thee, and the sound of a millstone shall be no more heard at all in thee.
Right. So as we can clearly see, right, that one of the major tools of deception that is used to manipulate the minds of man on earth, especially here in America, is the entertainment industry. It is a tool, it is a device that is used by the enemy to manipulate us as a people, right? So we're going to go back to Lamech.
Shalom, family. Before you bounce back to Lamech, can I read something real quick to add
Yeah,
to what you're talking about? Because we're talking about the son of Cain, right?
yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me go back to the father, so we can clearly see where the origins of his spirit comes from, if y'all don't mind.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm coming from the book of Adam and Eve, chapter 76, and I'm just going to read a little bit. It's not going to be a lot, but you're going to understand what I'm saying, and you're going to understand the source of where his spirit comes from. As the children began to grow stronger and taller, Cain grew hard-hearted, and he ruled over his younger brother. Often, when his father Adam made an offering, right? So we do understand that Adam, being the first, right, of his creation, making this offering makes him the first priest. Just to make sure we understand this, it's a bloodline thing, right? Okay, so when his father made an offering, Cain would remain behind and not go with them to make the offering. But Abel had a meek heart and was obedient to his father and mother. He frequently influenced them to make an offering because he loved it. So we see here that Adam, being the first priest, loved to, give an offering to the Most High for his greatness and his love, right? Cain didn't have that same spirit. Cain's spirit was something different, right? This is why we see his descendants having a different type of spirit and was so easily influenced by the fallen. Are you?
Come, absolutely. All right, let's pick back up in that Lamech. I ran out of screen, man, so just read it, is Bubba Kashah. You there, is?
Yeah, I'm here. Sly. He said, so he warned her of the sons of God. All right. So she's a witch and she's messing with these fallen beings, and that's what we had going on. We're going to pick up so we can tie this in. A great picture for everyone to read. If you we're not going to read it tonight, but if you want a picture of the life of what it was like living in Babylon, you have to read the Ladder of Jeremiah at the end of Baruch, man. It's an excellent read. It says, we'll start here and men changed into beasts in that part of Jeremiah, of the things
Yeah.
that was going on. And men that changed into beasts, and beasts changed into men, and men yielded to beasts and the birds to lie with them, and they were raped mightily. And those between the land of the dead and living, and that made it them as well. And the Gantik was among them, and men came into the beast, and the beast came into the men of the earth, and the earth groaned for all of the sexual deviancy, and Naamah chose to lay with them, and they treated her as a whore. So Naamah, they was all in this sexual deviancy together, man, disgusting stuff, man. And she became a whore of the daughters of Cain, and the price for the imperious whore was the price of a loaf of bread.
Right.
And all of the sons of God committed fornication and lived deliciously with her. For Naamah was both a deep ditch and a narrow pit, and as a whore deriding the gift, she mocked Leviathan openly. You see, the beast she was riding. Now, it's something to understand right here, man. This woman was committing fornication with all the gods. All the gods. That's why it tells us that it became the whole of every foul and unclean spirit. And one day, Naamah was in the open square drunk with the blood of the sons of God, for they served it to her in ornate chalices. And Lamech saw her and wondered with great admiration, for giants and the sons of men all mingled with Naamah. Everybody, every devil was here. And she wore gold and her pearls and sat up on the waters. And she was loved by all. We're getting a look like when we read Jezebel, a reminder, as we read the word Jezebel in Revelation, we would go back to the Old Testament and read about Jezebel's character so we can know what this lady was like in the book of Revelations. That's what we're doing now. We're getting the original picture. And she was loved by all, and none saw desolation when she was near, and those that wanted to tear her clothes from her and eat her flesh, all had a change of heart. Listen, they hated her and wanted to kill her, but they all had a change of heart when they looked into her eyes.
Right.
And she took a harp and walked about the city of Enoch, singing like a forgotten whore, and none remembered how she had sung before. So now she's singing all comedy, but they don't remember when she was just singing like a hoe when she was over here getting ran by the sons of God. All the
Right.
different worship.
So listen, family, I want to make this clear. When we're looking at this information, we're getting characteristics, right? We don't want to misunderstand the purpose of the reading, right? So we're seeing these characteristics, and I want to get two more characteristics, then we're going back to the Bible, all right? So if I can get that chapter 3, and I also want that chapter 5, and we're going to move on from here.
Okay. Chapter 3 and 5, and we're going to head on. All right. Chapter 3, starting at which section? That Lamech learns to command Leviathan, or what? We're not. Can you hear me? Hear me out?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I want.
We ain't gonna read all this portion though. Right here, is we?
La-ah.
Just down to that certain portion. Okay. And there's some blanks in there. When you get the book, you'll understand. And Yuval took Lamech to the edge of the sea, and they saw Leviathan coming up out of the sea, having 10 horns up on his head.
So I'm talking to Iz earlier today, Sister E. I'm talking to Iz earlier today, and I said, brother, I see the 10 horns, but I don't see nothing about no 7 heads, man. We can't use this, man. I told bro, we can't use this. He said, oh yeah? What was your response?
Hey man, we gonna look in this book to see what the information says.
Right.
So we went over here.
Everybody listen. We just read that this beast, Leviathan, right, out of the book of the Lamech of Cain. I don't know if y'all can see it. Lamech of Cain. It says here, Leviathan coming up out of the sea, having 10 horns. Very, very important, right? Now let me get that chapter 5.
All right. I want to start at the portion that says Lamech and Yuval command all to fear Leviathan, the great beast. It says, and Lamech and Yuval saying this for, hey, you know what, man? It's a hard picture of the beast and the false. Anyway,
Right.
and Lamech and Yuval, the giant, saying this song to the Leviathan. There go the ships in the sea, and there goes Leviathan who plays with them. Leviathan with one head so mighty that seven are seen as one. Leviathan the mighty with 10 with 10 mighty horns on his mighty head.
Yeah, so I was like, okay. I see you got a point there, man. You know, I had to get that man, you know, I had to let him go on the record. You understand? So shout out to my brother Is for bringing that and pointing that information out. So now, why is this important? Leviathan had 10 horns. Leviathan also had Salakia. Yeah, 10 horns and 7 heads. Does it sound familiar to you? I want to know, does it sound familiar?
Sound familiar
Revelation
to
chapter
me.
17, man.
Back in Revelation 17.
Yes, sir.
Real fast. Let's not forget that Psalms 104, Psalms tells us about that. Psalms 104 and 26 says this. It says, there go the ships, there is Leviathan, whom thou hast made to play therein. Where?
Right. So we're seeing that these things are what, family? Lining up with the Bible, right?
It's right there, man. If you know your Bible, this information will not be distant. You should actually be saying, wow, I got to get that book, man. This is some powerful information. I keep repeating this as we go back to Revelation 17. Keep Jezebel in mind. You can read about her in Revelation, but to know her characteristics, you got to go back and read her story. And that's all we're trying to endeavor for our people to read her and understand. Revelation 17, where you want to start it out?
Right. Somebody says in the comment section, shout out to this person. They says these lost books, hidden books, expound on the Bible, not contradict it.
Kind.
Right? Come on.
Sister got some wisdom on the right there. Where we at? Revelation 17. What up?
17 and 3.
3. All right, here we go. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 17, verse 3. It say, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit up on a scarlet colored beast, having names full of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns.
That's right, having 7 heads and 10 horns, as we just read. We literally just read that in the book of Lamech. Now it's important. Why? Because we're getting a physical example of behavior and characteristics in which plays out spiritually today. Just like we had the woman Jezebel in ancient times, my brother Is so eloquently be bringing forth so far. We see Jezebels today. Why? Because they hold the characteristics of the original. Does that make sense, family? Give me a 1 in the chat if that makes sense. All right. So now, as we read in Revelation chapter 1, we've seen something very important. So, Sister E, can you pull up the blue letter? Let's go into Revelation chapter 17. We're going to read through this. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're more than welcome. Let me see. Revelation 17.
That's right, man. Shout out to the chat, man. And getting a bunch of ones in there. We want to make sure that what we're saying, the Bible says, with all thy getting, get understanding. Right? So we're seeing these characteristics. Very important. So now, does the beast or the 10 horns ever become upset with the whore? Do we see this in the text? Right? Start at verse 7.
Verse 7.
All right. So let me tell you something. This chapter 17 It's very intricate, right? So we can go into aspects and break down certain aspects that require an entire class for itself. So when we're bringing this information out, don't try to play and act like we're overlooking something as if we're not dealing with it. Because what people do is when we deal with naysayers, what they want to do is throw you off track from the point that you're trying to make based upon their lack of understanding of the text itself. So we're not going to play that game today. Revelation 17:7. Let's go, Is.
It says, this is the book of Revelation, chapter 17, verse 7. And the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carried her, and had the 7 heads, which had the 7 heads and 10 horns.
All right, so it's very important that you understand this and comprehend this, right? That when we're looking at this whore that rides the beast, read that again, and it says, and the beast, right? Showing there's a distinction between the one that rides and the one that is being ridden. It's very important that you understand that, right? Read that again, Baba Kasha.
It says, verse 7, and the angel said unto me, wherefore didst thou marvel? I will tell thee the mystery. The mystery. You got to catch that. The mystery. Right. That's what we're unveiling tonight.
Right.
The mystery. You ask anybody about Babylon, they're going to go back to Genesis, man. But Genesis chapter 11. Nah, we're going to unveil this mystery. See, they just missing the story. It says, I will tell thee the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carrieth her, which had the 7 heads and 10 horns. And
right. Hey, Sister
E,
put that Ben comment in the on the screen real quick, because that's what we're referencing concerning Jezebel. So if you can see these things in Revelation, where does it come from? Right? So if you can see this being referenced in Revelations 2:20, where do we go and read about Jezebel? So what we did was we're referring to the whore, or the woman that rides the beast. Where can we read about that? That's why we spent the first 20 minutes of this video, first 35 minutes of this video, showing you the history of where Revelation 17 is getting this idea from concerning an event that is in annals of history. So it's important that we understand that, right? Read on, Is.
Hey, shout out to the brother Ben, and he's right in exact, man, with their Revelation 22. All throughout the book of 1 Kings, 2 Kings, you can see the characteristics of Jezebel, man. Dang. Right. Appreciate that, fam. Back to Revelation 17. Where we at, verse 8 out?
Yes, sir.
It says, the beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition, and they that dwell on the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book.
So why are they wondering? What is the big concern? It's a mystery.
That's right. Khan, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is.
Hold up. That was powerful what you just brought out, right? From the foundations of the earth that wondered. When did they wonder at the beast? Is pre-deluvian, correct? That's very important, family. That's when they wondered at Leviathan, right? So we're looking at these parallels from when? How far back? The foundations of the earth. Read on.
The wisdom of all the ancient, man. Of all the ancient. Verse 9. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth, and there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen, and one is, and the other is not yet come. When he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that we're gonna jump down, Jeremiah.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna jump down to verse what, 15?
Yeah.
16.
No, we don't want to jump down that far. Let me see here. And
We
here
might as well
is the
keep going
mind.
then.
Yeah.
All right. A short, did I read that verse 10? No, we start 9.
Yeah. Right. So it's gonna go into the 7 mountains and the 7 heads, right? Right. So it says these 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth, right? Showing from our time, right, in reference to Rome, which we know is what, the 4th beast, correct?
Kind.
When you go into Daniel's chapter 2, it tells you about the 4th beast, which is the legs in the midsection, correct?
Kind.
So now at the bottom of that statue, there's another, and listen, we're going to do another presentation on that statue because the entire statue is Babylon. So that means each kingdom within the statue is what? Babylon. The head is Babylon. The chest is the Persian and Medes. The midsection is the Greeks. The legs are the Romans. What is this final foot that have a mixture of clay, right, and iron? We're going to bring that out. We're going to detail that whole beast, Most High will, in our next presentation. But now we want to identify the fact that Babylon travels. Let me get that golden cup in the Most High's hand quickly.
This is the book. I gotta quit looking at that computer screen, man. The book of Isaiah, chapter 50. Jeremiah.
Put that up on Sister
Jeremiah.
E. Isaiah.
Jeremiah.
We're going right back to Revelations when we get done. Isaiah what?
Jeremiah.
Salakia. Jeremiah what?
51 and verse 7. That's right, man. Babylon is that entire statue. Keep that in mind. It's powerful. It's a verse 7. And it says Babylon had been a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine. Therefore, the nations are mad.
The nations are mad, family. So as we can see, it's a cup, a golden cup in the Most High's hand, utilizing this deception, right, to weed out the fake, to weed out evil, right? So this is what is being referenced concerning Babylon's travels. So we're able to actually, family, travel with Babylon through the annals of history. We have the information. Be on the lookout for the Precepticons' next presentation. All right. So now let's go back to Revelation 17. Revelation 17 and 10. Let's go.
It says, and there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and one is, and the other is not yet come. When he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and he is of the 7, and going into perdition.
Right. There you go. Remember, family, I told you there are sections of this Revelation 17 that requires a lesson for itself. Here's another one. When we're going into the 7 heads, listen, we got the answers. If you want to come up here and play games with us, you're going to find out what we know. Okay? But that requires a lesson within itself. The 7 heads and the 8th. That's a lesson within itself. Let's move on.
Shout out to the those who are displaying wisdom in the chat, talking about America and Washington D.C. sit on 7 hills. Yes, that's true, man. It was
That's
formerly
right. Sister,
called
you put
Rome.
that on the screen. We have that information, and again, that's going to definitely be at the forefront of our presentation. America in Washington D.C. also has 7 hills.
Just to
Right.
repeat a verse for those who putting things in the chat like that. Revelation 17:9. And here is the mind that hath wisdom.
Right.
If you can attain to that understanding, I applaud all praise to the Most High first for you. And then I also applaud you because the Bible commends you and says, here is the mind that hath wisdom. Okay, so I commend you as well. Where we stop at verse.
Somebody says Jerusalem has 7 mountains. That is correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
Bingo. Again, get who is that? That brother or sister? Get them a Revelation 17:9.
Right.
And here is the mind that hath wisdom. There you go.
Right.
I love an intellectual, man. Awesome, man.
I want to make this clear, family. Like we're in sync with you, right? We agree.
Con.
What you have to take in consideration is that Babylon travels. A lot of people don't know and understand that. Some people are arguing that it's Babylon in the ancient and antiquities dealing with Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar. Some people are saying that it's during the time of the Persian and Medes, right? Some says that it's Rome, right? We're saying it's all of them. That's what we're saying. Babylon travels. This place, though, America, is identified in the Bible. And a lot of people don't want to accept that. And again, we have a complete lesson on that. But right now we're dealing with the woman that rides the beast. Will this woman be here in operation when Christ returns? That's the question. Read.
Hey, in the chat, man, I put a couple of gold stars for my Revelation 17:9ers. Here's the mind that hath wisdom, man. You know, they say get you a golden sticker when you showing your brightness off. So
That's right. Jerry curl juice dripping in the
Jerry
chat.
curl juice dripping on them. So you got your golden stickers in the chat. Where we at now, Jeremiah?
We're in Revelation 17:10. Let's go.
Okay, and he said there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. And when he cometh, he must continue a short space. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7, and goeth into perdition.
That's
and
right.
the 10 horns, which thou sawest, are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as of yet.
Hold up. We don't want to
power.
skim past this. Hey, Sister E, can you scroll the screen for us, Bubba Kashai?
Sister E, could you please stop spying and stalking Brother Berean and scroll and scroll on?
Right.
All
right. So read Revelation 17:12. She'll get to it as soon as she get a chance. But we're going to read Revelation 17:12 again. I don't want you all to miss this point.
And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast.
Understand that, man. So we're dealing with certain rulerships. Now, when you're looking at the 10 horns, right? Whether you understand the relevancy of Esau's role in end time prophecy. Some of you Negroes don't even believe Esau is in existence anymore. Okay, but the Bible says this. Give me 2nd Ezra chapter 6 verse 9.
Con. This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 6, verse 9. It says, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
So if Esau is the end of the world, where does Esau's role come into play in end time prophecy? We're saying that the 10 horns comes out of the Edomite nation.
With that leprous whiteness.
We have a lesson on this. And listen, at the end of this presentation, we're going to open up for questions. And anybody that got the testicular fortitude that want to come up in here and dialogue with us about this, we have no problem with anything that we brought forth up until this point, until the end. We have no problem dialoguing with any of you brothers and sisters concerning it, right? We're not saying that we have all the answers. We're just saying we do the research, right?
Con.
Read on.
And I just want to highlight something that just keep coming to my mind. The Most High is so cold with his wisdom. He used something that happened and makes a prophetic picture in Revelation out of it. And guess what? It's confounded people for years, man. Nobody knew who Naamah was, bro. Right or wrong, though. I ain't heard people really just kicking up smoke about who Naamah was, man. This is amazing to me. I'm not bragging on nothing that we're doing. I'm just saying this is amazing how the Most High is working that action back then into this prophecy, man, today. And that it's so powerful what we read in Sirach 39:1. The Most High tells us that we should be meditating on his law and meditating and reading and seeking out the wisdom in all the ancient. So man, it's just all praise to the Most High.
All praise and glory to the Abanawa Yahweh Shema Mashiach Yahushua, man. Read on.
What was that, verse 13? Oh, we ain't finished 12. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as of yet, but received power as kings 1 hour with the beast. Verse 13. And these have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
All right, stop right there. Read that again.
These have one mind, and shall give their power and strength unto the beast.
So now, these have one mind. Why? They're one nation. And they're going to do what? Give their power to the beast. What does this mean, family? Very important that you understand what this means. How do they give their power, their allegiance, their reverence, their service, their worship to the beast? How?
Spiritual.
Right?
It's a spiritual sacrifice and offering.
That's right. So this is how they're going to give their power, right, to the beast. It's very important that you understand this, family. There's going to be a transition.
Their allegiance.
This earth has been operating under a spell. It's been operating under a cloak veil of deception.
The song of Naamah.
This is what this beast is hiding behind. The woman that rides. This whore, which represents witchcraft and deception and manipulation and sorcery. So it's a covering to hide the actual intentions, but Satan is tired of hiding in the shadows. He wants that to end. He's ready to reveal himself. Right? So the Bible says that they're going to give their power to the beast. Read.
Con. Everybody's bobbing to the beat, you hear me, yeah? And when you stand up and say, I'm not going to dance to Naamah's song no more, you crazy.
Right.
I don't believe what they putting on TV no more. You crazy. Okay. Verse 14.
Right. So someone says Christianity in the chat, right? What we're saying is all religion, from Hinduism, Buddhism, Shaman, Odin and Thor, okay, Horus and Osiris, Zeus,
Zeus, right.
all of these,
Superman.
right, all of these things, right, all these things are for deception.
Con.
And they want to do away with that, and they want to singularly worship Satan.
They want to
openly.
Excellent time for that information Mr. Wiggins brought out, man. Let's get that.
All right.
I hope I don't go out.
While he's getting this information, what he's getting is a letter from the Pope. Whether you all understand it or not, and Sister E, we're gonna need that Revelation 7 back on the screen, 17 back on the screen in just one moment.
I got you. Hold on.
Nope, nobody told you to take a coffee break, Sister E. What the hell's going on here?
Here you go.
We're trying to interact with the people. The people in the chat, we're trying to shout people out, and you gone. All right. So what we're saying is all religions, as far as the powers of this world, wants all that religion to go away, because Satan wants his time to be worshipped openly. And the woman that rides the beast, she hides Satan. But this woman is now going to be removed, and all is going to be left is the beast. And they're going to worship the beast openly, and we're going to prove it. Read what you got, Is. You're on mute, Is. Oh, we lost him. Is not on here, Sister E?
I could have sworn. Let me see. He must have hold on. Oh, there he is. He's back.
All right. You tell him to take a bathroom break on his own time.
Hey, man. Hey, man, watch your filthy mouth, brother.
Brother,
to get this information
you raise your hand when you talk to me, brother. What's going on here?
Hey, now you lower your voice, but use your inside voice. You know the rules. Hold on, let me get. I had to open the try to get the information and pull up on a different browser so I can read it. Did Santonio send you the information, Sister E?
I got
Which information? Which one?
The information that the Advent Messenger information from their website on the as they reported on the recent meeting.
Let me text him now because he done left. Hold on.
I got the information, Is.
Oh yeah, sister, can you get it to Sister E?
Now let me share my screen. I got it pulled up.
Okay, kind. Yes, like you were saying, I just didn't. I forgot that you can pull it up on the screen, the StreamYard.
Yeah. Can you see me? Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Hey, shout out to Ivy in the chat too, who said which pope, the black or white pope. That's another person who reads. I can tell. Know something about something, man. Where you at? You right there, you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a message from the Pope as he addressed world leaders recently, and I'm gonna give you the date. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Loud
when I
clear.
change screens. Okay. This was September 14th, 2022. 2 days ago, this happened. Okay. So we're sounding the alarm. Okay, for Israel. Is what we're doing, and letting it be known of what's going on in these times for our people, man. And that way you can warn your family members. You know what I'm saying? This is the adventmessenger.org, and y'all can see the website. I don't know if we can get it into the chat. I'll try to put it in there myself. I'm gonna read it so we can move along. It says, this is his words directly, okay, during that speech. The Pope said, "Dear brothers and sisters, let me address you in this direct and familiar way as brothers and sisters, for that is how I would like to greet all of you, religious leaders and authorities." Is my mic working clear?
We can hear you clearly.
Religious leaders and authorities, members of the diplomatic corps and of international organizations, representatives of academic and cultural institutions. Their style of colleges is a cultural institution, of civil society, and various non-government organizations. In the name of the fraternity
Right.
that unites us as children of the same heaven. Hey, man, I know we said we was done with Lamecca Kane, man. Hold on, bro. Because that's, listen to this. This is on page 2, man. This is Methuselah, right? On chapter 2. It says, they gonna use the very words of Christ as he points to his brothers. It says, and Methuselah stretched forth his hands towards the people in the city of Enoch and said, "Who is my mother and who are my brethren? Behold, my brethren, and behold, those that surround him were in the hundreds with marked skin." So when he uses the word, them words that Christ used, right? He points to the people with the marked skin. And the Pope is addressing his brothers.
Right.
Okay? If you know, you know. Let's keep going. It say, the religions remind us that we are creatures which are not omnipotent or omnipotent, but men and women journeying towards the same heavenly goal. We all trying to get the glory together. Now, quick question, everybody, for everybody who don't like, this kind of understanding. What was the name of the nigga, black man, African American, Israelite brother, who sat at this convention to represent us?
Right. Put a 7 in the chat for nobody. Put a 7 in the chat for nobody represented the children of Israel.
Nobody represented us at that mug. See, we still getting information like we on the plantation.
Right.
Like on Roots. Nigga just run back from the town and tell us, look what happened, y'all. It's Antonio with the news.
Right.
But you got to understand, he talking to his brothers.
Mm-hmm.
We are not
right.
That. We are not that. So you're not gonna see Yahshua there.
Right. So let's keep finishing off his words. It says, the religions, okay, it says it's of the same heavenly goal. Everybody trying to get to heaven together so we can just do it all the same way, the way he say. Our shared nature as creatures thus gives rise to a common bond and authentic fraternity. It makes us realize that the meaning of life cannot be reduced to our own individual interests. You see that? Our own, but remember, we ain't have no representation there. It says, but it's deeply linked to the fraternity that is part of our identity. We mature only with others, and thanks to others, it is time to realize that the fundamentalism defiles what fundamentalism Get that out of there.
Fundamentalism, man. What the hell's wrong with you, brother?
Hey, watch your
Spit it
filthy
out, brother.
mouth. Fundamentalism
What's
is.
going on?
Hey man, this brother's something else to work with, man. He just don't know.
Spit it out, big bro. What the hell's
Fundamentalism,
wrong with you, brother?
what that is us sticking to what the Bible says. They don't like fundamentalism. The Bible say homosexuality is a no. They don't like that. We all going to heaven. One big gay train. No, we not. Nigga, the Bible say no. And we rocking with that. It is time to realize that fundamentalism defiles and corrupts every creed. Time for open and compassionate hearts. It is also time to consign to the history books the kind of talk that for too long here and elsewhere has led to distrust and contempt for religion, as if it were a destabilizing force in modern society. What they're saying, fam, what they're saying ultimately is that they want to get rid of the people of the book and the people who love the book and anybody else trying to follow the book. That's if you're sticking to it hard. You're now the criminal, is what they're saying. This coming from the Vatican. Same place Lamecca Kane came from, ironically. Brother Jeremiah just sent me some information. All right. What do you want, that first one that says the master?
Yeah, hold up. So here's the thing, right? So now we're going to get into some of this information. What I want to do is I'm going to put this on the screen. Right? Yeah. So here's a book called Morals and Dogma. You can get this online for about $2,000. Guess how much I paid for it is?
How much?
$5.
Made to come up. I'll pray.
You understand? Right now, this book is called Morals and Dogma. Right? You know what? Hold up. Hold up. Before we get there, let's go back to Revelation.
I'm not where you wanted that.
Let's go back to Revelation, family. Because I got additional information that I want everybody to pay attention to, but I don't want to miss the overall point of what is the role of this woman. Let's go back, Sister E, to the blue letter, Revelation chapter 17. I believe we're at the 14th verse. Let's go, Is.
The book of Revelation chapter 17, verse 4. These shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful.
All right, so it says, what I'm trying to show everybody is this, that it says that when Christ returns, the Lamb is going to make war with who is?
The Lamb is going to make war. It said, these shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords and King of kings, and they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful.
So they're going to make war. Christ is going to make war with the 10 horns, correct?
All
right, so does that say anything about the whore that rides the beast?
Nah, that's it changes.
So the question is, will the whore be in operation when Christ returns? We're going to find out. Read on.
Verse 15. And he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are people.
Hold on. Brothers and sisters, if you're not paying attention, you need to pay attention to this. This is very misunderstood by a lot of brothers. The fact that the whore is not going to be in operation when Christ returns, but yet the beast will. And we're going to prove that right now.
This is pivotal.
Right.
This is
The kind
extremely
of lesson
important.
right here of us being able to identify the unveiling of the beast. We're going to pull back the curtain, and the curtain is the woman that rides the beast. But she is about to be destroyed. The
Let's go.
question is, by who? Read.
It's a verse 15. And he said unto me, the waters which thou sawest, where the horse sitteth, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues, and the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire.
Hold on. What just happened? What just happened?
Let's reread it, fam.
Hold up. I want to see if brothers and sisters are paying attention. Answer this question in the chat. Who's going to destroy the whore? Will it be Christ, or will it be the 10 horns? Answer the question. Who's going to destroy the whore? Christ or the 10 horns? Come on, family. This is interactive night. All right. I need to hear from you all, because I want to make doubly sure that you're receiving and understanding this information on a high level. Somebody says the 10 horns. Someone else says the 10 horns. Someone says the 10 horns. The 10 horns. Hey, boy, hey, Sister E, I got to shout out. Listen, man, your people is on point tonight, man. Shout out to Sister E's channel and the people. You guys are on point. That's very pivotal that you understand that. Man, got me tongue-tied.
What's going on with you, brother? Pivotal, man. Say it with me slow.
Right? That's right, family. You all are absolutely correct. Someone says the Father hates the smell of burning flesh. Amos 5:21. I maybe you missed the question. I don't know. All right. Let me tell you something. Hallelujah, man. You brothers and sisters are on point tonight, right? You're paying attention. It's very important, because this is what we're here for you to comprehend this. So read that again. It will be the 10 horns that will destroy the whore. Now, politically, what does that mean? If you understand who the 10 horns are, which we showed you is the Edomite nation, which is the rulers of the 10 nations, are going to turn and destroy the whore, so that the beast can be unveiled, so that the worship of Satan can be unveiled. So there's a spiritual answer and there's a physical answer. The physical answer is America will be destroyed. I don't give a damn if you like it, love it, understand it, believe it or not. You got to prepare yourself, man. You got to prepare yourself. So, again, we have on a multitude of occasions proven that America is a part of the Babylonian system, and it is the capital city of the earth. This is factual. We was on Clubhouse having this discussion, bringing out the statistics to prove it. Going into Revelation 18 as we dive off into import. And what is the number one import? The number one importer is of external goods, meaning those goods that's coming in to America. We are $160 billion ahead of the next closest country on earth. This is why the ship merchants will mourn. Drop down to the 11th verse, Sister E. Read 10 is 10 and 11. Baba Kasha. 10 through 12.
18.
Yeah, 10. I just want 10 and 11. Baba Kasha. Revelation 18, 10 and 11.
Okay, standing. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 10. Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come, and the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. What is their merchandise? Peter said, they shall make merchandise of you.
Right.
And it's
Right. And if you read verse 13, it explains that. Read.
Right? It says, verse 12, the merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and of fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet. Remember the one that had pearls and gold on them? It say, and scarlet and thine wood, and all manner of vessels of ivory, and all manner of vessels of most precious wood, and the brass and iron and marble, and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense, and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat, and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men.
Just to substantiate that brother's statement, right? So it's very important. Sister E, somebody in the chat, 1619, can you put that on the screen? We appreciate the love. That's right, man. Jerry curl juice dripping, right? Sister E, can you put brother 1619 brewed, right, on the screen? Sister E, are you there?
And somebody text her and tell her she gotta stop us talking, brother Berean over there.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Cut Sister E some slack here, man.
Nah, that's the homie.
I'm sorry, I had ran to the.
That's the
I
homie.
walked out for a second. What did you say? Go.
Listen. You walk off on your own time, sister. What's going on here? All right.
Can I get something to drink?
No. You stay thirsty until the lesson is over. What's going on here? Even Christ said, "You can't stay up with me for a few hours."
Oh my goodness!
All right.
That is too funny.
All right, so
where
can you put 1619 brewed on the screen? Powerful comment there. We appreciate the love. Right. The one before that, it's up a little bit. There you go. All right. So it means the U.S. is and will fall out of favor with her friends. That is exactly right. Let's go back to Revelation chapter 17. We're going to read verse 16 now. Shout out to my elder Lahab, you understand, bringing out this powerful information. Revelation 17 and verse 16. Let's go, Iz.
It says, this is the book of Revelation, chapter 17, verse 16. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh and burn her with fire.
Right. So America will be destroyed by nuclear fire, right? Whether you like it, love it, understand it or not. And we're taking all challenges on that topic, right? Understand that, man. We the Precepticons. Understand that. Why? Because precept upon precept, right? Through thy precept, we get understanding, right?
We precepting.
All right. So I want to make it clear, right, concerning what the confidence that we have in the biblical text and narrative. So now we're seeing that this place, Babylon, will be destroyed. It's going to be destroyed, as the entire chat have agreed to, by the 10 horns, right? So now let's roll over to Jeremiah, Salakia, Yeah, Jeremiah. It's like Isaiah 47:1. Sister E, Isaiah 47:1. Bubba Kashad, we appreciate you. Right? We write it 2 hours. We write it 2 hours. So we're winding down. We're gonna open this thing up for any of you brothers and sisters that might want to come on or might want to ask questions from the comment section. We're here to build with any of you brothers and sisters.
And to add, you know, it's not smoke like that. It says a wise man will hear wisdom and add thereto, a skillful man to hear a wise word and add thereto. So if you can add to what we saying, that means you got some skills. And you know, we always interested in brothers and sisters like that. Where we at? Isaiah 47, verse 1. This is also the understanding that comes from Obadiah and the Confederation in Psalms 83. Okay. This is chapter 47. Isaiah, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 47, verse 1. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon.
Why is Babylon called a virgin? America has never been invaded by foreign troops.
Mm-hmm.
Understand that. What do they say? I'm proud to be an American, right? Knowing that America is one of the youngest nations.
You
on
practice
earth.
that in the mirror, huh? You practice that in the mirror, huh?
Yeah. I worked on that all day. You know what I'm saying? The point is this, that this is what they claim, right? This is why ears reference Obadiah, right? Because what do it say? The pride of thine heart have deceived thee, man. Right? So the Bible says, come and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Right? She's a virgin because she has not had foreign troops on her land. Right? Read.
It say, sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate.
Right. Why?
Hey.
What is the tender and delicate in reference to? Again, no foreign invasion. America has done nothing but from its inception, but go out and lay the smack down on candy ass from one part of the earth to the other. That's all it has done. Right? No one has rose up against America and have been successful in its totality, right? America's still number one. Somebody want to tell me about, well, China has more people in their military. I don't give a damn about how many more people they got. They getting the smack laid down on them anytime they want to try to rise up against America at this moment. But that's going to change because the shift of power is about to change on this earth. It's about to change.
And we gotta get some Christianity out of some minds right now. There is no definite line like, oh, this stops, that starts with prophecy. There's a slow turning right before your very eyes. That's how it works, man. This stuff is just happening, man. It's just a slow turning right before your very eyes. So if you're looking for something to just stop and start, it ain't gonna be like that. It's gonna come to pass right while you watching it. You ain't gonna even realize it happened. That's how prophecy works.
That's right. That's right. That's why it says Babylon is falling. It's falling, meaning it's a process. It didn't just fall suddenly, but it's been a slow fall. We're not as great as we was in the 90s. We're not as great as we was in the 80s. We're not as great as we was in the 70s. It has reached a peak, a pinnacle, and it's on the downside of things. And if you don't believe that, turn on the damn news. Okay?
It says, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate.
Come on.
Take the millstones and grind the mill. Uncover thy locks. They uncover the head. Whose job is to uncover the head?
Hold up, Iz. I'm with you, right? Give me real quick precept, 1 Corinthians chapter 11, and let's find out, is it a good thing for your locks to be uncovered? Right? Sister E. Bubba Kashah, 1 Corinthians chapter 11. We're going to read verse 4.
It say, this is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 4. Every man prophesying, praying or prophesying, having his head covered.
Read verse
This
6, Salakia.
verse 6.
Yes, sir.
It says, for if the woman be not covered, let her also be shorn, for it is a shame if for a woman to be shorn or to be shaven. I say, but if it be a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaven, let her be covered.
See that? So it is a shameful thing for a woman to be uncovered. Let's go back to Isaiah 47. I wanted to make that clear. You see that right here?
Kind. That's what I was bringing out. Look who's uncovering. Look, who's supposed to be doing that?
That's
so
right.
Uncover the locks and make bare the leg. They snatching the skirt off. Uncover that thighs. She getting exposed. She acting like a nice lady. Look, past the rivers, thy nakedness shall be uncovered. You're gonna get destroyed, and you'll be exposed. Yeah, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man.
Hold up. Remember, it's just told you that Christ is not going to meet them as a man. But Babylon will be destroyed nonetheless. That's why shout out to the chat, man. Everyone that said that the 10 horns would destroy Babylon, you have been reaffirmed with Isaiah 47 that says Christ is not going to meet them as a man. Meaning Christ not coming down in the earth to destroy Babylon. Babylon is going to be destroyed before he comes by the 10 horns. Does everybody see that? Put a 7 in the chat if you understand. Right? All right, is. So now, read on. Verse 4.
As for our Redeemer, the Lord of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Sit thou silent.
Hold up. Who's the Redeemer? Who's the Holy One of Israel? Is that the Most High or the Son?
It's Christ.
That's right. So it says, Christ says, I will not take vengeance. I will not meet thee as a man. And verse 4 says, as for our Redeemer, the Lord of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. We have continually laid the smack down on all Old Testaments concerning Christ's presence in the Old Testament, and we don't give a damn about any naysayers in the chat. If you're an Old Testament Israelite, you want all the smoke.
Oh
right?
man, did you hear that? Hey, was I on mute, bro?
No, we heard you, bro.
Oh my gosh, man.
Right?
Definitely get, hey man. I just want to reinforce that, man. You'll definitely get, no, don't bring that around this way, man. Definitely get the pause put on you. Bad. Scrape session. Ain't gonna be taking those shots at the throne around here. Verse
right.
Verse
so
5.
We are staunch defenders of our king, right? So now 47 and 5 says what? Bring it out.
Sit thou silent, get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the lady of kingdoms.
I'm proud to be an American. See, ain't gonna be no more of that. Okay, especially when these other nations come together and proceed to lay the smackdown on Candy Ass because you have thought that in your mind America will never be challenged. No one will ever rise up. Every great civilization from beginning of time until this day have fallen. And America is no different. A lot of you Negroes trying to save America. Give me that scripture. You know what I want is. A lot of people trying to save America, man. Nah, man, we gotta save America, man. You know, make America great again. You got to be out of your damn mind if you think for 1 second America was ever great. Okay? You got that scripture is, Bubba Kashad?
Con. Jeremiah 51:9. It says, we had read 7 earlier. And I can't wait to show this Babylon and bring that understanding out, man. We read Jeremiah 51:7 and 8. We read 7, we're going to read 8 and 9 now. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take balm for her pain, if so she may be healed. Verse 9. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed.
Right.
Forsake
a lot of you don't
her.
understand this language because you don't know who Babylon is. Right? You don't know who Babylon is. So when it says we would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed, read.
It says, but she is not healed. Forsake her and let us go everyone to his own country. Revelation 13. Back to them 8. Let us go everyone to his own country.
So let everyone go to his own country. What I want to know for you Negroes out there who be hating on Israelites every single day of your life, you African Americans, what country are you going to? Huh? You call yourself an African American. Well, there's over 50 countries in Africa. Which one are you going to? You don't know which one you're going to. See? That's our problem.
My people don't know. They don't consider.
Right. Isaiah chapter 1, man. When you go to Romans 3, it says, all day long I have stretched forth my hand to a gainsaying and disobedient people. That's why it's important for you brothers and sisters to understand who you are. But you don't give a damn. As long as I got breath in my body, I'm going to be sounding the trumpet to the best of my ability. And I pray I go to the grave saying, Kwam Yashala, man.
Where do you want me to go?
Where you at, Isaiah?
Let's finish this Jeremiah real fast.
Let's go back to Jeremiah.
Let's finish reading this verse and we can move on.
I'm in the spirit over here, sister. You got to forgive me.
Jerry curl juice dripping.
Jerry curl juice dripping. That's right.
We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her and let us go everyone into his own country. And for her judgment reaching into the heavens and unto the heaven, and she is lifted up even to the skies. This is why that Revelation 13 is important, bro.
That's right.
The veil is off, y'all. At this point, the veil is off.
That's right.
It's like when the music come on or stop in the middle of the club.
Right.
Hold on. What's up? The whore has to stop singing. Listen carefully. The witch has to quit humming that song that's had us drunk and hypnotized minds all this time. It got to stop. And when that stops, they ain't going to be playing clap your hands at church, everybody, no more. If you're going to stand for this book, you're going to die. These are they that have come out of the great tribulation.
Right.
It's going to be like Daniel, man.
Let's prove
you're going to bow when you hear the music, or you're going into the fiery furnace. You're going to face torment.
Right. Did we finish that 47? Did we make it all the way to 5 in Isaiah?
Yeah, we finished that. We finished that. Okay. We finished that Jeremiah. We talked about this whore finna stop singing. The music is over. The record is it. It's scratching at the end of the night. That's it.
All right. So now, check this out, family. Sister E, give me Revelation chapter 13. Verse 1. I want to make this clear, right? This is why people don't understand the Bible. They're trying to read Revelations in a chronological order. They're reading like from
their life ain't even in the chronological order.
Right. You understand? But you don't realize is that the Bible is written in such a way, it's written in that way, deceptively purposeful for those who have submitted themselves, and he reveals to those, right, that have submitted themselves to the laws, statutes, and commandments. Right? I know you don't like it, but we don't give a damn. Right? The beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. That's Psalms 111 and 10. All right. So now, what we want to do now is we want to see if the whore that was riding the beast in Revelation 17, we want to see if this whore is riding the beast in Revelation 13. It's not in chronological order. You have to understand that. So now when we go to Isaiah chapter 47, and it says that this whore, Babylon, has to be unveiled. She has to be exposed. Her shame has to be uncovered. What shame? We're going to go into that morals and dogma that I made mention of about 20 minutes ago to show you how they was hiding themselves. We got another book here that we're going to go into so you can see it. Right?
Mm-hmm. The Bible even tells us this right here.
We're going to get off the gas. So for those that's been sticking with us, please be a little bit more patient.
Hold on. Right? Precept, man. You know, my battery's getting low, man. Got to recharge a little bit real fast. Obadiah 1:6 says, how are the things of Esau searched out? Hey, when you read that, family, it's Obadiah 1:6. It says, how are they searched out? That's a question, right? But in the Bible, it has an exclamation point there instead of a question mark. That's telling you that they yelling this at you, man. How is this stuff searched out? They saying it with passion. It says, how are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee, and there is none understanding in him. They gonna destroy this nigga. They gonna kill this hoe.
Right. So let me make this clear, family. What we're saying is that once the whore that rides the beast is destroyed in Revelation 17 and in Revelation 18, they're no longer going to be hiding behind religion. They're going to be openly worshiping Satan. Let me get that First Thessalonians first. Salakia, Sister E. First Thessalonians, you know what I want. What chapter and verses that is?
2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Shout out to somebody while Sister E getting it. I'm going to read this from the chat. Somebody said, let's see what they're working with. Let's see if they got some skills. They said First Maccabees chapter 3 verse 45. Let me see, was it 3 and 45? 3 and 45. Let's see what they got. You and me out. They can shoot a free throw. Let's see. 3 and 45, what they got. I'm going to get straight to that. It says, now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness, and there was none of her children that went in or out. The sanctuary also was trodden down, and aliens kept a stronghold. The heathen had their habitation in that place, and the joy was taken from Jacob. The pipe with the harp ceased. Right. Headed towards that timeline because this got to play out right here. That's a beautiful picture of the prophecy. Good job over there.
Right, right. Hey, Sister E, can you put that Talisha Yah on screen? She says Precepticons. You see that up there, man? Come on, man. Can show us a little love on the E channel. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, let me see. Let me find it. What did she say?
Scroll up.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all hanging out over here with us, man. You know, you ain't hanging out with the leader of the He Ghost tonight, man. You know.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find her comment.
Right.
Alicia, can you retype it in there? Oh, let me see. Hold on.
Yeah. I don't want to mess your name up while Sister E doing that, but yeah, bro, I like that First Maccabees 3 and 45. when we bring out that Daniel lesson, man, Jeremiah, we're gonna have to tie in. We're gonna have to do a lesson on the abomination of desolation and bring that understanding out as well, man. I really want to bring that out as well.
Come throughout, Sister E. I appreciate the love,
Hey,
man.
More than welcome,
in the
brother.
building, man. Precepticons in the
and we
building.
kind.
Listen, man. Shout out to the Source Debate League, man. You can find us at the Source Debate League on YouTube. Find us at Yah World 777 Genesis 49ers. Yo, Yashar, what's your channel at? Right. Whenever you get a chance, man, drop your channel, man. Listen, man. Right now, what we're trying to show you, family, is this: that when the whore is destroyed, they're going to openly worship Satan because that's what Satan wants. And how disrespectful is it to not only convince the children of Israel to worship Satan, but also make them worship Satan in Jerusalem?
In Jerusalem, of all places. That's
right. This is what Satan wants.
That's
and
why
this is what Satan is going to get. And then the Most High is going to send his son to turn his boot sideways, and you know what else he's going to do, right? So read that what you got is in Thessalonians.
And that's why I was saying to the brother who put that first Maccabees 3:45, man, I'm happy you put that out. That's interesting that you put that, man. Powerful point, man. Powerful point, bro. I want you to know that. Very good way to see prophecy. What we say, 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Let me get there.
Sister E, put that last comment up there. All praise and glory.
It says 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Now we're gonna start from verse 1, Jeremiah.
Come on.
It's some important stuff in here. Now we beseech you, brethren. This is the book of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 1. Now we beseech you, brethren, who the brethren, by the coming of our Lord Yahushua Mashiach, that's ours, and we just read that he was our Redeemer, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, nor troubled, neither be nor Salaki, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as that the day of Christ is at hand. Okay? Let no man deceive you. Back then, he said, don't worry about it then. The reason Paul said it so confidently at that time is he understood that the times of the Gentiles had to elapse before we saw this event. Verse 3. Let no man deceive you.
Right.
That day, it say, let no man you want to go ahead, Jeremiah?
No. I was just saying, I was agreeing with you out.
Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there be a falling away first. Genesis 49, 16, 17, and 18. Fuck a nigga. Trap nigga. It say falling away first.
Hold up, brother. You're a funny dude.
Hey, I'm happy you said it on the record. Lahab, you that nigga say right.
Hey, Lahab, get your mans, bro. Get your mans.
They're falling away. They're falling back. All right, let's keep going, man. They say, and that man of sin be revealed. When? At the death of the whore, the man of sin is revealed. The son of perdition, that's what we showing y'all. This is a pivotal moment, what we were saying in Revelation, what Jeremiah was bringing out in Revelation 17:13. Okay? This is a pivotal moment, man. Very pivotal, man. It says, who oppose it? This is when this man will be revealed after the whore is destroyed, after she dies. That's why we're unveiling her tonight. She gonna die, and then this gonna come in next. who oppose, verse 4, who opposed and exalted himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
Right.
In
So
Jerusalem.
What does that tell us? That lets you and I know, right? That lets you and I know that it's going to be in Satan's plans, in his idea, in his mind, and in his heart to actually go back to Jerusalem. Someone said that there were 7 mountains in Jerusalem early at the beginning of this lesson. This is why power is going to transfer from America to Jerusalem.
That's that moving Babylon we was talking about.
Right.
Understand the prophetic language, man. This stuff get easy, man. And that's all we endeavoring to show y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Our understanding. And if we wrong, correct us, man, because we want to be right more than anything.
Right. So what we're saying is in Satan's heart to be worshipped as the Most High. See? With that same reverence, with the entire earth, because he has slithered his way in through the back door, and he's tired of it. He's tired of the Most High getting credit. He's tired of people calling on the sweet name of Jesus. Nah, he want to be recognized. And that's why it tells you in Revelation 17 that they're going to give their power to the beast 1 hour. Right?
And real fast, man. Remember Isaiah? You was done, Jeremiah?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Real fast. Remember Isaiah? This is a prelim for what's gonna come out, man. More information. Again, sister, we appreciate building with you over here. Make sure y'all following and sharing this platform and this information, man. It says in Psalms, Isaiah 14 and 13. This is what the devil want to see that, man. It says, for thou hast said in thine heart that I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit in the mountain of the congregation, in the mount of the congregation, in the sides of the north. In the sides of the north, that's Jerusalem right there. That's what that is. Okay, let's prove it right here.
Where are we again? Are we still in?
We were at Isaiah 14 and 12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit in the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north.
Right. Where's that is?
He said, right? So let's look where he won't. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. I want to let everybody know something real fast before we bring that location out. The devil has never dreamed of being another Most High. He know that's impossible. He's not self-eternal like the Most High.
Right.
He can't be like him. Nobody can. There's only one true God, and Christ makes that clear that my Father is greater than I. So when he says, I want to be like the Most High, let me ask y'all a question. Who's like?
And that's a shot at all you Unitarians out there. Go ahead, Ed.
Right. Who's like the Most High? Christ said, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. When he says, I want to be like the Most High right here, he's really saying, I will be like Christ. You see? That's why he's called the Antichrist, not the Anti-Most High. He wants Christ's position. You see? He remember what Esau said when he didn't get the blessing? Bless me too.
Right.
Please. Anything. He want to be like Jacob. Not happening. I will be like the Most High. He said, I will sit up in the mountain of the congregation in the sides of the north. Sister E, can you go to Psalms 48 for me, please? See, it's the reason that the new Babylon will be in Jerusalem. You got to understand. If you don't understand what I just said, that's okay. Come back when we get down and show you that in that next set of information that the Most High going to use us to bring out, Lord willing. Psalms 48, it says, a song and a psalm of Korah, starting at verse 1, the sons of a song and psalm of the sons of Korah. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Listen, beautiful for situation. The joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion on the sides of the north. Ain't that where Satan said he want to put his throne at?
Right.
See, on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. Who is the great king? Christ. Mashiach. Told y'all when he said, I want to be like the Most High, he wasn't talking about like the Most High Yah. He was saying, I want to be like Christ. He's saying he's Antichrist, is what he's declaring. We're unveiling the mystery, and you can have the mystery unveiled, or you can just miss the story and make it up as you go.
Right. So, Sister E, let's go back to Revelation chapter 13. Now we're going to make it clear, right? Revelation chapter 13 is going to show you that the whore that rides the beast is no longer there. Now it's about the 10 horns. So as we read in Revelation chapter 17 that the 10 horns would destroy the whore, now you're going to see what type of existence will these 10 horns bring on the earth. That's what we want to see. What type of existence will be on the earth? The Bible is not in chronological order, and that's on purpose, right? You know how many nations have tried to take our records and make doctrines from it, and some of you Negroes have fallen victim to the doctrine of Gentiles? You're going to get it from the children of Israel, because the Lord said we would be the light to them. It didn't say a damn thing about them being the light to us. Revelation 13:1. Read that, is.
Kind says, and I stood upon the right on, Sister E, and I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Remember the original picture, y'all. Let's not forget that original picture that we unveiled earlier.
Hold on, real quick, is shout out to my fellow Precepticon brother Talmud is in the building. In the chat, Talmud said Mystery Babylon is definitely Rome. I want to make this clear to everyone, right? When you read Daniel's chapter 2, it talks about the toes of that statue. The toes of the statue said that it would be mixed with marry clay and iron. The iron represents Rome, and the clay represents Israel. Real quick, Bubba Kasha is, give me the clay. Let's see what the clay is.
Kind.
Real quick. I want to make this clear. There's an amalgamation. If you actually read Daniel chapter 2, it says that the iron and the clay doesn't all the way mix, right? There's certain contention within it, right? They don't become one substance. And that's a reason. As we
Isaiah 64:8
practices as a religious rivalry that goes on here in America. I wouldn't call it a rivalry. I'd call it an oppression. Right? Go ahead.
This is Daniel chapter 2 and 42. And the toes of the feet were a part of iron and part of clay. So the kingdom shall be partly strong, and partly broken. My bad.
Right.
I wasn't going to read that at first, but then I just decided to. We can go back to the Isaiah now. And then Isaiah 64:8 says, it says, but now, O Lord, thou our Father. We know who the iron is. We know who the kingdom of iron is. It say, we are the clay, and thou our potter, and we all the work of thy hand. So we the Israelites are the clay. You still there, Op? So yeah, that's what that's showing. Those toes of iron partly mixed with iron and partly mixed with clay.
Right.
Right? We
It
Israelites
says
are
that
the
it's
clay.
partially broken, right? It's
Mhm.
partially broken. But what does the Bible say about being partially broken or being broken, right? It says this in Psalms 51:17. If you can get that real quick. Psalms 51:17.
It says, this is the book of Psalms, chapter 51, verse 17. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart, oh God, thou will not despise.
That's what we need as a nation. That's not that's not disrespectful to call us broken. We need to be broken because that broken spirit is the only way that we're going to get back to the Most High. Understand that, man. Right? So the Bible says a broken and contrite, read it again.
The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit and a contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise.
So to lay me back on the scripture you just read and also substantiating that we are the broken, go back to Daniel's now and read that again.
It say, as the toes of the feet, verse 42, were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken.
Right.
Where we
Yeah. So I'm
okay, go
sorry,
ahead.
Sister E, was you
I'm
saying
sorry.
something?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just trying to get to the right scripture.
Yeah. So we was in Daniel's 2. What verse was that is?
42.
42.
Yeah. So read this again because now, family, for those that are listening, put a 7 in the chat if we identified the iron and the clay. Put a 7 in the chat if you believe we have identified the iron and the clay. Read
The
it again.
iron being their kingdom, us who are intermingled in their kingdom is the clay, the Israelites.
Right. The iron being Rome. We okay with that, right? Go ahead.
We're going to bring that understanding out about that Babylon. It
Right.
says, and as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest the iron mixed with clay, they shall not mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay.
Right. See that? So shout out to the chat, man. Y'all rocking with us, man. We appreciate that, man. We want to make this an interactive thing. It's important to me. It's important to the Precepticons that you are receiving this information and you're comprehending. The Bible says what? With all thy getting, get understanding. That's why we're here. Let's go back to Revelations chapter 13.
David Ruffin. Let's go.
I am David Ruffin, and these
You was my
are the
supreme sucker
Precepticons.
nigga. You ain't doing that. Nigga.
You understand that?
Hold on. Revelation 13, right?
Yes, sir.
Where we at? Revelation 13, and
Start at 1. Let's go.
it say, oh yeah, here we go. And I stood up on the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. Blasphemy. Hey man, hold on. Go ahead. Let's go. The name of blasphemy. The beast which thou sawest, the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were the feet of the bear, and his mouth as a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
So who's the dragon is?
That's the devil.
That's right. The dragon is the devil. And who's the beast? The 10 horns, correct?
Watch this.
That's right.
Revelation 12. It's saying that great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, the devil, and Satan. See that old dragon?
Right.
Was cast out, Revelation 12:9. That old serpent called the devil and Satan was Satan, which deceived the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. That's who that old dragon is. That's who the dragon is. That great dragon.
That's right.
Shalom, family. I
appreciate that sincerely, right? So everybody sees that, right? So what we're saying is that now the dragon is going to give his power to the beast, which are the 10 horns, which are the 10 Edomite nations that will be remaining on the earth after the whore is destroyed. Man, I think this is something that has not been talked about on social media, and I give all praise and glory to the Most High for the information. And if it has been talked about, we just here to land me back on whatever brothers or sisters that brought forth this information.
Great minds think alike, man.
That's right.
By the power of the Most High, man. This information been revealed. We grateful that you putting it out there, man, because this sound needs to go out throughout the whole earth.
Right. All right, so let me make this clear, right? Somebody said in the chat, they said, of course, all roads lead to Rome. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, right? Why? Because all roads lead to Edom, because it was the Lord that said Edom is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followed. It didn't say nothing about Rome. Rome is an extension of the Idumean power that came to fruition through Alexander the Great and his father Philip through the dynasty
that was brought forth
through them, right?
The Temanid Empire.
The Temanid Empire. That's right. The Temanid Empire. Right? Someone else says, Talmud says, 7 heads equals Rome had 7 kings. Right? I would disagree with that, Talmud, the 7 kings, but we can talk about that later. I believe that these kings are resided from different captivities that the children of Israel went through, right? But shout out to the brother nonetheless. Someone else says, we will be free, all praises to the Most High, right? So now,
can I add to the bill?
Yeah. I was trying to find a space between Jeremiah words for to say that, Yeshua, that you was trying to bring some. I don't know if Jeremiah had heard you, man.
No, say it again.
Go ahead. Yeshua was trying to add something real fast.
Can I share my screen so the family can read along?
Yeah, Sister cool? You there? So while that's coming up, I want to make it clear that we're saying that the whore that rideth the beast in Revelation chapter 17 will be destroyed. It's a physical representation of the destruction of America. It's also it's a spiritual representation of the veil that covered the religions of the earth. And we're going to go into some external books to bring forth this information as well. Go ahead.
We getting ready to wrap it up too, y'all. I just want to say this, man. As we keep saying, the music must stop, the whore must stop singing, right? I want us to remember that America, this Babylon, she leads the world in music production.
Right.
This is the sound. This is the song that's out there. Listen, man, nobody would have heard of Jay-Z had he not made an album. His sound went to China. They bopped their heads to our music. You see? That they remember it said they deal in slaves and the souls of men. That's part of that right there. And we all know the darkness of the music industry. So the world, the beat that everybody is rocking to is primarily coming from our people who've been blinded by the veil of money, and our music is what's in the clubs, what got everybody just bopping their head, going along. If we sag our pants, the world sags their pants. You see? So our culture is actually producing this, and this is why we need to wake up so we can quit pushing wickedness and push righteousness, because that's what we're actually designed to be. So it's us, our people, and their wickedness, the whore is using to sing the music to the whole world that's been having everybody blind for so long. Go ahead, Jeremiah, but that's coming to a stop, because when this system is destroyed and the whore stops singing, Beyonce won't be important anymore to the world.
What
Right.
verse we on? Are we on Revelation 17?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was just bringing it out while
Sister
we was
E,
getting there.
can I share my screen just for a quick second
Oh
so I
yeah.
can let the family read along with
So,
this information?
yeah. So just remember that, man. All these important people, all the actors and rappers and all that, they won't be important in a few minutes, as they have been keeping the veil up over the whore all this time. You're going to see a lot of these people who entertain us, musicians and all this, they're going to be disgraced here shortly, as you realize when the veil drops and all their nakedness is uncovered. Go ahead, bro.
All right. This is chapter 78 of the book of Adam and Eve. So this is to confirm what my brothers was bringing out about the powers of the north, right? And the fact that our enemies is coming from the north, right? So look, let's read. It says in verse 6, meanwhile, Satan came to Cain in the form of a man of the field and said to him, look, Adam and Eve have discussed together about the marriage of you two, and they have agreed to marry Abel's sister to you and your sister to Abel. But if it were not that I love you, I would not have told you this thing. So if you will take my advice and obey me, I will bring beautiful robes, plenty of gold and silver, and my relations will attend you in your wedding day. Then Cain said with joy, where are your relations? And Satan answered, my relations are in a garden in the north, where I once meant to bring your father Adam, but he would not accept my offer. But if you will receive my words, and if you will come to me after your wedding, you shall rest from the misery in which you are, and you shall rest and be better off than your father Adam. At these words, Satan got Cain's attention, opened his ears, and Cain inclined towards Satan to listen. So just to, like I say, confirm with what my brothers was just talking about, right? That just it's confirmed. Book of Adam and Eve, you can confirm throughout the entire Bible. It's just giving us an understanding of something greater than what we actually had access to, right? So I'm not speaking on the marriage. I'm speaking of the contract that Hashatan made with who? Cain. That's the focus of what we're talking about, right? Are you?
Come. All praise and glory, man. So let's go back to Revelation chapter 13. I want to read this to show that the beast is mentioned, but the woman that rides the beast is no longer mentioned, right? Then I want to go into this morals and dogma and go into this cruel hoax, and then we'll turn everything back over to Sister Eve, right? Are you there, Is?
I'm ready to read out. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 11. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns. That's what we want, right? Or you still at? Did you want that? Or you don't want one?
Yeah,
Verse
no,
1.
that's good. That's good. Go ahead.
We was reading verse 1. It shows that. This is the book of Revelation, chapter 13, verse 1. And I stood up on the center of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the earth, out of the sea, having 7 horns and 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. And the beast I saw, was like a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
Right. So as you all can clearly see, right, that there's no woman riding the beast. Sister E, can you see that?
Yep, I hit my toto for a second. I'm sorry. Where are we?
Revelations 13, chapter 1.
Uh, So you're asking me, do I see that there is no whore riding the beast?
Yes.
Correct. So the whore must be gone.
The whore is
Yes.
dead. The whole
So
gone.
that
Pretty much.
shows that the Bible is not in chronological order. You see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we see that the whore got killed in Revelation 17, but we double back to Revelation 13 to see what type of existence will be on the earth after the whore is gone.
Con. It's a. I'm sorry. Was you done, bro?
Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
This is verse 3. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. See, this is a part of that Lamech came, man. We was bringing out. Remember, they had control of that beast, man, and they was showing the world how to worship the beast. This is what the Edomite kingdom will be doing. You know what I'm saying? Or these nations will be doing. So like they say, and they worship the dragon, and it's still them too, that end of them. And they worship, verse 4, they worship the dragon, which gave power into the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, who is likened to the beast, who was able to make war with him? Nobody's worshiping Buddha at this point, man. It says, and there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and the power was given unto him to continue 40 and 2 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle, and to them that dwell in heaven. And there was given unto him to make war with the saints. We know who the saints are, and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds and tongues and nations, and all that dwell on the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If any man have an ear to hear, let him hear.
So what we're doing is we're showing you, right? We're showing you that when the whore is killed, it's going to transition back to the 10 horns, and the 10 horn is going to force the earth to worship Satan. So the earth is going to be openly satanic. Do you understand? The earth it ain't gonna be no Roman Catholicism. It ain't gonna be no worshiping Horus and Isis. It ain't gonna be no Buddha, and none of that gonna be going on together. They're going to. This is why we read what the Pope said earlier. The Pope said that the fundamentalists must be put to an end. Fundamentalism must come to an end.
No more book, chapter, verse for all you Israelites out there.
Right. That's over. We're going to openly worship Satan. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into this morals and dogma.
Hey, you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? The brother, he jumped out. Hey, real quick, while that brother, he jumped, he'll be right back. His thing jumped off. But until he come back, yeah, I want to read something from 2nd Ezra 16. And this is what's going to be happening on the earth. Is this to tie into that Revelation 13? He says this in 13:10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity, and he that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. That last part of that 13:10, I'm gonna read something about why, because he said he gonna make war with the saints, right? So here's the patience and the faith of the saints, and we're gonna jump straight into that morals and dogma. You hear me, y'all? This is 2nd Ezra 16, and we'll start at 67, and we'll do a little reading. Uh, it says, "Behold, matter of fact, 66. What will ye do, or how will ye hide your sins before God and His angels? Behold, God Himself is the judge. Fear Him." This is 2nd Ezra 16 and 67. God is Himself is your judge, is the judge. Fear Him and leave off from your sins and forget your iniquities, to meddle no more with them forever. So shall God lead you forth and deliver you from all trouble. This is that time of trouble upon us. For behold, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you, and they shall take away certain of you. Who is the you right there? Who is the great multitude?
Right.
The great multitude is all the nations who worship in the beast, and he's going to declare open hatred towards the Negro. The saints, it just said that, man. It said, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you, and they shall take away certain of you and feed you, being idle with things offered to idols. And they that consent, you hear that? They shall
Right.
feed you with you being idle. That word idle right there is being unable to resist in the middle of the Bible. It
Right.
says, with things offered to idols, and they that consent to them shall be had in derision and reproach and trodden underfoot. If you eat what they offer you during the time of tribulation, you see that? Because this stuff gonna
Right.
be forced on you. You're gonna be trodden under the foot of men. If you lost your salt, your savor, you're good for nothing but to be trodden under the foot of men. For there shall be in every city and place in the next cities great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. Upon who? Those that fear the Lord. Those of you who are fundamentalists who saying we're sticking to the Bible no matter what. We're going to get killed, a lot of us, but we're going to be resurrected in the tribulation. Everybody ain't going to escape this, but we're going to stick to the God of our ancestors no matter what. And we're going to stick together, stay away from the coons. It
Right.
says, upon those that fear the Lord, they shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Listen at 73. Then shall they be known who are my chosen. The world gonna realize who his people is, everybody then, and they shall be tried as gold in the fire. Hear, O my beloved, saith the Lord. Behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be not afraid, neither doubt, for God is your guide and the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith the Lord God. Let not your sins weigh you down, and let not your iniquities lift themselves up. Woe be unto them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes, and the path thereof is covered through with thorns, that no man may travel. It is left undressed and cast into the fire to be consumed therewith. Don't be afraid. We're reading this that you might have hope, because what's going to come to pass is coming to pass. But you remember your God in this time, that you can get through it, because here is the faith and the patience of the saints. Let's get into this last bit of information, Doc.
Right. 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 So what we're gonna do right now is, whether you all understand it or not, there's a certain denial, even within those that claim to be in the truth, with a certain stereotype called conspiracy theories. I want to make this clear. That was a book that was written in the 1800s by the only non-president. Well, there's two. You also have Benjamin Franklin, um, that has a statue in Washington, D.C. by the name of Albert Pike. Albert Pike wrote a book called Morals and Dogma, right? We're going to see what the veil of the whore looks like. All right. Sister E, I want to share my screen. And I sent it to you so you don't have to look at the screen. So you can read the text. All right, Bubba Kasha. I'm sharing my screen now. Stick with me. I want to go here, then I want to go into Crew Hoax. Then we're going to open it up for any questions or comments that want to be given. All right.
All right. You want the one that say the master, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you want me to start it on that page?
Hold on, Sister E. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I just shared this book.
Right. All right. Go ahead, Is.
Where you want me to start at?
This is the book Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. You all can see this. Let me make this clear. When you reach the 33 third level of Freemasonry, you receive this book, Morals and Dogma. How did I get it? I bought it. Understand that, right? So now, I ain't no damn Mason. I want to make that extremely clear.
Just finna say, man, let me find out, boy.
Yeah, I'm not a Mason at all.
Nah.
All right, so I want to make this clear. So, actually, I want you to start at hypocrisy.
Bro.
Hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah,
Hypocrisy.
Yeah, come on.
Good God, stumbling, bumbling all over.
Bumbling all over the place.
All right, it says hypocrisy is the homage that vice and wrongfully pay to virtue and justice. It is Satan attempting to clothe himself in an angelic vesture of light. It is equally detestable in morals, politics, religion, in the man and in the nation, to do injustice under the pretense and equity of fairness, to reprove vice in public and commit it in private, to reprove vice in public and commit it in private, reprove wickedness publicly, and then go do it in private. It to pretend to charitable opinion and conscientiously condemn, to profess the principles of Masonic beneficence. And
hold on, real quick, man. Somebody said in the chat they finna go to sleep. Listen, let me make this clear. We got one more book. You need to hear this, or you can come back and review this later. But we're about to wrap this up. So if y'all can stick with us, we're about to wrap this up. So read on, bro. I'm gonna make this clear. 2 Thessalonians made reference to exactly this language, right? Is
all
right. Read on.
He says, "Remember all these things I told you when I was with you, and thank you for staying up with us that long, family. We appreciate you." It says to do where was that? And close the ear to the wail of the distress and cry to the suffering, to eulogize intelligence of the people, to plot and deceive and betray them by means of their ignorance and simplicity, to pray to prate of purity and peculate of honor, and basely abandon a sinking cause of disinterestedness and sell one's vote for a place of power. Hypocrisies are common, and they are infamous, and disgraceful, to steal the livery of the court of God and serve the devil with all, to pretend to believe in God, a God of mercy and a redeemer of love.
Right there. So according to what they're teaching in your secret societies around the world, is that they shall pretend to believe in God, but secretly worship Satan. Did you hear that? Is
yes.
Morals. There's another book that I'm going to bring out just one moment, called Cruel Hoax by a PhD by the name of Henry Madcow, that's going to echo these sentiments. So you want to pay close attention to what is being said. It says that they're going to secretly worship Satan, but outwardly worship God. Did you hear that? Read that part again.
It says to pretend.
Can you put your comment on the screen? That's going to be helpful. Thank you, sister.
to pretend to believe in the God of mercy and the Redeemer of love, and to persecute those of a different faith, to
One sec.
devour.
1 second. Put what on the screen?
Your comment, Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike.
Oh.
It says to pretend to believe in the God of mercy and the Redeemer of love, and to persecute those of a different faith,
Mm.
to devour widows' houses, and make pretense for long prayers, to preach continence and wallow in lust, and to inculcate humility in the prideful, and in pride surpass Lucifer, to pay tithe, to omit the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith, to strain in a gnat and swallow a camel, to make clean the outside of the cup of platter, and keeping them full within extortion and excess, to appear outwardly righteous unto men, but within the end be full of hypocrisy and iniquity, is indeed to be like unto white sepulchres, which appear beautiful outward, but are within full of bones and the dead of uncleanness. Man, all right, that's it right there.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Lord,
All
forgive me
praises,
for
Lord.
uttering that filthiness, man. I feel gross, bro.
Yeah, man. But
Because
look,
they literally saying all the words. They literally telling them to do exactly of the words of Christ, bro.
right,
Lord, forgive me for repeating that.
right. So what we're doing, family, is we're giving you insight on into the minds of the rulers of this world. That's what we're showing you. So we're showing you that the whore is actually, this is the whore, the veil of deception, which is sorcery. Understand this, family. It's clear. So we're from Albert Pike, one of the highest ranking members of the Freemasonry. Understand this. He's responsible for westernized Freemasonry, Albert Pike. Let's go into cruel hoax. What does it say here? Right? Let's read the Talmud teaches.
You said the Talmud teaches.
Yes, sir.
The Talmud, Salaki. The Talmud teaches that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Talmud, Salakia.
So my brother,
Right.
man.
Yeah,
The
Salakia.
Talmud teaches.
Talmud. All right, come on.
The Talmud teaches that the Jews are chosen by God.
Right. Remember, when the Bible says in Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, those that say they are Jews are not Jews, but are the synagogue of Satan. Right?
Right.
So this is in reference to those fake Jews. I want to make that clear. Again, Henry Madcow is a fake Jew. He is. And he's telling the truth. Watch this. Read.
The Talmud teaches that the Jews are chosen by God to lead mankind. In practice, this makes them God and gives them the right to redefine reality. It has made them Luciferians. In the words of Harold Rosenthal, most Jews do not like to admit it, but our God is Lucifer, and we are his chosen people. Lucifer is very much alive. Is that dude, Jeremiah?
Who?
Rosenthal? Who is that?
Yes.
That ain't that dude on that picture, is it?
Yes.
That's him?
Yes.
Yeah, you should have put that up. It said,
Right.
According to the rabbi, I'm just saying that because Jeremiah met this dude who made this quote.
Oh, yeah. No. That's not him. This is another
Oh,
guy.
Salaki, y'all. That's
Yeah.
why I was asking you.
Right.
Salaki,
This is
Salaki,
Harold.
yeah.
This
So,
is Harold Rosenthal.
Hey, strike that from the record.
The other one is Harry.
All right.
Right.
Salaki. According to, that's why I said the Harry and Harold. Okay,
Right.
according to Arthur Rabbi, Christianity is essentially preoccupied with the individual salvation of man. Judaism only contemplates the salvation of the house of Israel, which alone can permit the salvation of the 70 nations of the universe. That's hard body. It's a The Pharisees rejected Christ because he taught that God is love and all men are equal in the sight of God.
Right. So that's it on that. I wanted to bring out um their thoughts and their teachings in line with what Albert Pike is saying. Watch this. Read this.
They lying in this book too, bro.
Yeah, right. I know, right? Read this. Morals.
Where you at?
Morals. Read all the
All
way down to TV, man. This is powerful.
right. Started. All right. Morale. Most of them, severe. It say most of them are wounded, abused victims who do not realize it is possible to leave the group. There are a lot of discontent in the ranks, and there will be a mass exodus if the members believed it were really possible to get out and live. Many of the trainers I know, wicked, torturing pedophiles were not happy with what they did. They would whisper quietly or give a look to show that they disagreed with what they had to do. They would resignedly do their jobs in hope of advancement. Know what one of the biggest carrots offered to those who advance up the group is? That you don't have to hurt people anymore and that you can't be abused. It's true. Only those higher than you up in the group can abuse you, so everyone wants to move up where the pool of candidates becomes smaller. Of course, people can choose to abuse anyone beneath them that motivates. The Illuminati are a very political and backstabbing group, a dog eat dog mentality. Everyone wants to move up. These are not nice people. They use and manipulate others viciously. They cut their teeth on status, power, and money. They
Hold on
never
one
open.
second. Is Sister E, can you put the comment up? This is the reading from a book called Cruel Hoax by Henry Madcow, PhD. All right.
PhD, huh?
Come on,
I'll put it in the chat. Just post it.
Okay.
It says they cut their eye teeth on status, power, and money. They never openly disclose their agenda or their cult activities. As often as they are amnesic to them, these are well respected Christian appearing business, and Christian is in parentheses, appearing businessmen in the community. These it says the image in the community is all important to an illuminist. They will do anything to maintain a normal, respected facade and despise exposure. They will do anything to maintain a normal, respectful facade. That's what my Salaki, I said facade. Facade and despise exposure. None of the illuminists that I have known had unkind or evil appearing persona in their daytime lives. Although some were dysfunctional, such as being alcoholics, they disassociated that disassociation drives the illuminists is their greatest cover. Many, if not all of these pure people are completely unaware of the great evil that they are involved in during the night.
See
Ugh.
that? So I want to make that clear that these what we're reading is the whore, the veil that
They
covereth.
telling the truth.
This is the
They
secret,
expose me.
right? This is the
Would
secret
agree they
that
was
is
right.
being exposed in Isaiah 47 and 1 through 5. It is being exposed. Secretly, I worship Satan, but publicly, I worship Jesus Christ. Publicly,
Uh-uh.
secretly, I worship Satan, but secretly, I worship, openly, I worship Allah. Secretly, I worship Satan, but openly, I worship Buddha. Do you all understand this? This is why the Pope said that we have to do away with all that and we just gonna outright worship Satan. Read this public denial. And this will be my last point here.
Yeah, because that Paul said, what advantage had a Jew, right?
Yeah.
Much every way. It's fair. It says that the evidence is there, but in my opinion, the average person does not want to know. It says Svali. It says Svali. It says the evidence is there, but in my opinion, the average person does not want to know. Even when confronted with it, he will look the other way. The Franklin case is a point. How much evidence has come out, or the MK Ultra documents that have been classified, shown as real, and people ignore it. Okay, I get off my soapbox, but I do believe that the media had that downplays ritual abuse is feeding into a deep need into the average person not to know the reality. In fact, how can a person face the fact of great evil in mankind unless they have either strong faith in God or are faced with insurmountable evidence? We as human beings want to believe the best of our race is not the worst. IMHO. I don't know what that means. I don't really believe. Go ahead. That's it. You hear me out.
Right.
That's why
So
they deny it. That's
right,
the veil.
that's the veil. Right. So you can take my screen off. I just want to say this to the people, man, with all sincerity, right? You put me on the screen, Sister E. Yeah, I just want to say this, man. We spent a lot of time uh, going back and forth with one another. I've learned tremendously in this last 2 or 3 years, knowing that I've been in the truth almost 20 years. And within these last 3 years, man, I've been blessed to be around brothers that challenge my understanding, that push me to move forward in my understanding, and to be able to be more concise. You know, shout out to the brothers at the source as well, who challenged me to provide sources concerning my understanding. My whole thing is that when it comes to this particular topic, we are seeing that this whore is going to be destroyed before Christ returns, and they're going to give the 10 horns is going to destroy the whore, and they're going to give their power to Satan by worshiping him. So the earth is going to transition into open Satan worship. Um, all the earth, besides those that are chosen to follow the Most High in Christ, will fall victim to this mark of the beast, to the suffering that's going to come. And once they start to destroy the saints and the believers, right, they're going to have that authority and power, because it tells you in Revelation 13 who can make war with this beast? No one. This is why we need Christ desperately, right? So we have to get our minds and our souls in alignment with our Creator through His Son, right? So I pray that you all are able to receive the information that we brought forth, showing this particular dispensation of time, which have not been talked about regularly. But if anyone else has talked about it, we pray that we were able to add to that understanding. And we appreciate you all, and we're going to continue to work and build with all sincerity to bring forth the understanding that the Most High blessed us with. And listen, hey, is now we're ready to go. If any of you all have any questions, y'all want to come on stage and deal with us, you want to have questions, you have questions in the chat. Listen, we're open for anything at this moment. Sister E, where are we at? What you want to do?
I just dropped the link.
Yeah, man. We do this. We do this, man, for the correction of ourselves first, man. Before the Most High, yielding to His word, man, and corrections. Nobody like correction. I don't care who you are, but man, I definitely want to say, uh, I appreciate building with my brothers, man. All praise to the Most High. First off, man, first things first, all praise to the Most High, man. I definitely appreciate building with you all. I appreciate Sister E for the platform, man. My brothers, man. Uh, Definitely appreciate building for those who are able to stay up and endure this much heavy information, man, you are a champion, bro. You are the people who be in the gym spiritually in your mind, reading all day, every day, consistently searching information. You are not a lightweight. You know what I'm saying? So please review the information, challenge us. That's gonna make us better, man. Uh, and what I mean to make it very clear to everybody, man. The brothers he been around who been challenged them. Been the brothers who been putting them lumps on his head, man. That's all that brother trying to tell y'all for the world. The brothers who been laying the smack down on him. That's all. That's all he mean. In case y'all, got lost in translation.
Precepticons.
Precepticons. Appreciate my brothers, man.
Con.
All right, hey, Sister E, I'm about to drop off. Look for me at the bottom. I'm gonna come right back in. Our brother Talmud is in the building, man. Let's talk, man. We open for any questions or anything y'all want to, y'all want to say about what we brought out. Let's talk about it, man.
Cool.
Shalom, Ms. Parker. How y'all doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Repeat what you just said. I'm trying to.
No, I was just saying, Shalom, family. What's going on with you?
Oh man, I can't complain. Fighting a good fight. Yeah. This definitely was an interesting build for sight.
Hey, all praise, man. Hope you're edified, man. Hope, man, this is wild, man. I say, man, like the old folks said, if you don't get nothing else, boy, you better believe in Jesus, boy. Tell you something, I know the gangsters who believe in Mashiach. So yeah, man, we want to get that there for the utmost importance, having our souls right with the Most High. And that comes through faith in Mashiach according to the scriptures as it is written. Thank you, Sister Talisha Yah. Talisha Yah, if I'm saying your name wrong, Salaki sis.
They've enjoyed it. Thank you guys for for what you all brought. I'm not saying I didn't. I expected it to be as in depth as it was, but it was even more in depth. I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. It gave you. What's so interesting is for the past couple of weeks, we've been doing little things like talk about the millennial kingdom and how Zadok broke it down, and then you come and y'all broke down the whore of Babylon, and it's just I'm just so amazed by so much information that you all have provided, and I think the community itself they have enjoyed it thoroughly. So anybody that wants to come up here and ask questions about the discussion we just had, y'all are welcome to come up. So
yeah, Mr. Mike Caps, come on up and have a discussion with us, brother.
But what, man, Black Jesus Minister, what is you talking about? But what else you got in that bag?
I'm not finna pull Black Jesus. He is not.
I ain't asked you to. I'm just saying. I see him in the chat. And what else do you got in that bag, nigga?
He just being him.
What else you got in that bag?
And this is not the place for this right now. Y'all did an excellent build. I don't want this to turn into something else. You want to debate somebody, and I'm like, okay, but this is not. We're not gonna shift the mood. That's my whole thing. I ain't got a problem with debates.
Nah, I know. I'm just shouting my sis. Nah, I understand.
No, you good, but yeah. Anybody else got anything to say?
Yeah, I had a quick comment. Yeah, and my only comment was as far as the iron and the clay part. The only thing, in essence, that I to a degree disagree with when it came to that is because of the fact that just looking at some of the history of Rome and how Rome functioned, as far as the iron and the clay is concerned, as far as Rome being the iron, because of the fact that see, the interesting thing about Rome is Rome was a city. Like Rome being a city, it wasn't necessarily a nation. So what Rome did is Rome duplicated itself wherever it went. So when you talk about the clay, that speaks to the nations that were molded after the image of Rome, that were molded by Rome, if you will, to basically be a duplicate of Rome. So with that being said, It's like when you even look at the horde, you talking about the empire, and then you talking about the beast in terms of the governmental structure of Rome. So much so that Rome taking over places like Europe or what have you, and Europe conforming to Rome's social status, to their worldview, to their culture. So much so that Europe then took a lot of Rome's structure wherever they went, even into the Americas, to the point to where if you look at the way America is constructed, from the government, you see what I'm saying, even to the people, as far as the nation is concerned, in a lot of ways, when you do a deep dive on how Rome functioned and how Rome is built, the only difference between America and Rome is the technological advancements in America. You know, that would be a glaring difference between the two. So with that being said, America in essence would be a reflection of that clay as far as an extension of that iron, as far as a people who were molded after the image of Rome. So that's the only thing in essence that I disagree with when it came to that reference, and I yield with that.
Nah, that ain't really a disagreement. So, you ever heard of the Hellenization period?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that they molded our nation into what they wanted us to be? But that's why the verse says that the clay and the iron will not mix. See, we're gonna stand out. We're not gonna. He gonna break that apart, bro. He's gonna break that all apart, bro. And I don't have a. I understand, like
Yeah,
the verse says, how Rome they stamped and devoured all the nations around them, bro. That's what Babylon is. It's not just Rome. It's the entire statue that molds everything into its image. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really think that that's a disagreement, considering the Hellenization period mentioned in First Maccabees, Second Maccabees, and what Daniel 7 and 6 is prophesying of, as well as Daniel 8. I don't think that's a disagreement. That's just you looking at it from another angle, because that's exactly what they did, which is molded all nations into their likeness, right?
Yeah,
So,
I get what you're saying. So I would say that I probably was more so speaking from a perspective of the fact that it wasn't limited to the Hellenization of our people, but the fact that
all
Rome,
nations, right?
yeah, all right, yeah, for certain.
yeah. So I think that that point about, because I was just about to say that, and I appreciate it, is if you stop stealing my words, brother, before I get a chance to speak them,
Hey
brother. What
man,
the hell
I know
wrong with
you
you,
was gonna
brother?
say it. I was just had to say it better, man. You know what?
Yeah, bro,
That's what I do.
you just gonna quickly jump off your mic, brother. Listen, I think that contention that is being mentioned, it kind of conflicts to a degree concerning the molding of the clay being exactly like the iron, because we see conflict in Daniel's 2, right? We see a contention there. And I believe that contention is a representation of the children of Israel, wherever they are on the earth, in regards to simply being molded into what Babylon wants us to be. You understand? So, but that doesn't change the fact that you're right about the earth molding itself into, right? Molding itself into an image of Babylon or Rome itself. So I'm in agreement with you there. But I believe that, we identify what the clay is based upon the fact that there is a certain level of contention with the clay and the iron. What would you say to that?
I would definitely say that there's contention between the iron and the clay, because any nation that Rome came across and conquered, they didn't necessarily just accept that outright. There was always contention to begin with, but Rome and their military prowess, they would they would overcome, if you will, a lot of the nations that they came across beyond that contention once they were able to crush, if you will, the opposition. And in that, And that's why I'm saying, in terms of how Iz put it, like I definitely agree with that as far as it more so having to do with whoever Rome came across, even our people, whoever Rome came across, they basically sought to duplicate itself in those spaces, in essence, that they sought to conquer and control. So that would be my only thing. Like, so if we only talking about our people, I wouldn't disagree with that. But if we're talking about our people and whoever else Rome came across, then I do agree with that 100%, because that's what it is that we see, not only in the scripture, but we see that reflected in history.
But the clay just will not yield, because we
Right,
are the clay. We're gonna
right,
remember
right,
who
right.
we are. We're gonna remember who we are. We ain't gonna be the miry. Nah, we ain't going, man. You know what I'm saying? We are that clay. But I hope that answers. I want to read this. If that's cool with you, brother, tell me. If that helps you with the understanding, bro. Is you good to go
Hey,
with that
is
understanding?
what you doing? What you doing is, man. We got over 200 people. We got over 200 people in the chat. No, nobody want to come talk to us, man. I blame you for that, brother.
Nah,
What the hell's
nah,
going
man.
on?
Nah. My likability has been on the rise, brother. It
Yeah,
must
yeah.
be.
It's definitely been on the rise. You went from 2.8 to 2.9. All
Uh,
right, understand that.
hey, man. Hey, growth is growth. Uh, Nah, but I hope that helps you understand it though, Talmud, and it brings us to a better understanding all around. Um, this
Yeah.
is I'll pray. All praise. This is Psalm 74. I was trying to read it, son, to get an understanding. So let's see what you got here, bro. It's Psalm 74. This it says, "Great job, brethren." Can you break down Psalm 74, 12 and 5 through 15 about Leviathan? Let's go read it and see what it says. This is Psalm 74 and 12 through 15. Brother told me one time, man, if somebody tried to tell you to read right here at that verse, start about 4 verses up. So let's do that. Let's follow that discipline. All right. Principles of wisdom. It says, we'll start at the verse 12. All right. It says, "For God is my king of old." How old? Whenever you see of old, generations of old, a lot of time let's talk about before the flood. It's kind of a hint kind of thing, or if it not of old back then, immediately after the flood. But when they say generations of old, that is those are those days. Working salvation in the midst of the earth, thou didst divide the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces. Thou gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. Thou didst cleave the fountain of the flood. Thou driest up the mighty rivers. The day is thine. Through 15. Okay, Salaki, right there. Thou driest up the mighty rivers. This right here is the kind of question that I love. All right. So they're remembering a picture or an image of him. It says verse 14 is one of the most interesting verses of that. What's the name? So God is my king of old. Like I said, that's normally that time before the flood. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength, right? Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan, the dragons in the waters. This will go into is it Legends of the Jews? Notice how it's always the serpent in the midst of the sea. In a serpent in the midst of the sea. Let me get this book out, and I'm gonna try to deal with your question. That serpent that's in the midst of the sea. Um, Legend of the Jews. You hear me out? All right.
Right?
I don't know where my Legend of the Jews is, man. Dang. I gotta use that. Because I already got it highlighted in there, man. and I got some notes written around it. All right, man. I'm gonna have to find it on this PDF then, man. No, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. Dang. I don't know where my Legends of the Jews is, man. But anyway, in Legends of the Jews, they consider this moment that David is talking about. If you look at it, we talked about Leviathan in this Lamech Cain, right? And so over here, the Lord, he cut Leviathan, right? If you continue to read in this book right here, he's going to cut him through the hands of Tubal Cain, right? This plays out in a spiritual way and in a physical way. So let me see. This is what happens. It shows a picture here. I'm gonna read it over here. Okay, here you go, right here. All right, here you go, right here. Here we go, bro. And then we're going to talk about him giving them to be meat in out of Leviathan, out of the sea as well, right? All right, we got to deal with all that. So first, let's deal with him breaking the dragons of the head. I'm gonna deal with Tubal Cain here. It says Tubal Cain plans to kill Leviathan. I'm gonna go back into this Lamech Cain. This is interesting. It says Tubal Cain knew nothing of the beast of the field or the sea, for he made weapons of violence against them. This is basic history. It says in Genesis 4:4 over there that Tubal Cain was an instructor of every artificer and of all the brass and all the weapons. That's what he used to work with. And Tubal Cain was jealous and coveted the love that his father Lamech had for Leviathan. And Tubal Cain burned with envy and anger and was not able to obtain contentment and happiness and desire death of Leviathan. And Tubal Cain sought to make a edged weapon that could kill Leviathan, for Tubal Cain believed that could kill Leviathan, for Tubal Cain believed the weapon, Salaki, could kill Leviathan. Tubal Cain believed his father might rejoice when the weapon was presented that could kill Leviathan. This is a picture right here. To kill Leviathan, and considered the weapon to kill Leviathan, saying, "Can I make a hook that would draw out Leviathan?" This is telling the story. Do you remember this being quoted in Job? This is telling that story. Is there a cord that can let down to catch Leviathan? Can I put a hook in Leviathan's nose? Can I bore through his jaw with the thorn? How might I kill this 10-horned beast of my father Lamech? For every sword and spirit cannot remove Harbagon, Leviathan. So he's asking the question, and what he's going to do, this guy is going to cut Leviathan. He makes an instrument and he cuts Leviathan. Okay. Let me get my Legend of the Jews pulled up because I can't find my book. Let me get my PDF up. Okay.
Hey, y'all can keep going. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna step away for about 2-3 minutes. Is that cool?
Okay, sis, no problem. All right. So he's going to cut Leviathan, right? Now, this is also a picture in Isaiah. Let's get over there. In Isaiah 51:9. Okay. Hey, you hear me? You got Isaiah 51:9. Oh, that brother dipped out of here. So Isaiah 51:9. Supreme.
I read it out.
Hey man, watch your filthy mouth,
Oh,
brother.
bro, I say thank you, brother. I appreciate it. You got to tell me Isaiah 51:9.
Unload on me, brother. What's going
that's
on
right.
here?
That's right.
You say
Okay, so get that Isaiah 51:9. I'm going to read this out of this book, and I want you to read that out of that book. And then we're going to go into this. Also, another picture of it in Legends of the Jews, showing you how they consider that the Most High, he bust a spirit in the head, Rahab Leviathan. Rahab Leviathan, that's the whole name. Rahab Leviathan. And when the Most High divided the seas for the children of Israel to pass over, they considered it in a picture of busting Rahab, Leviathan in the head. Thou didst depart the what's the names, the sea, so that we can pass over. And I'm gonna show that picture. Go ahead, with that Isaiah. I'm gonna read this, and then we can go ahead with the Isaiah 51:9. Or matter of fact, read the Isaiah 51 first. Let's look at that. Let's look at that.
Just verse 9.
Hold on, don't start at 9. Let me see. Isaiah 51. Let's start at verse 9.
All right. This is Isaiah 51 and verse 9. Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of Yahuwah. Awake, as in the ancient days, in the generations of old. Are you not it that has cut Rakov and wounded the dragon?
You see that? That's what they're talking about, right? Watch this. Keep going.
This is verse 10. Are you not it which has dried up the sea and the waters of the great deep, that has made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over?
See, this they also compare in the generations of old. That's what I was saying. The generations of old is the times before the flood, and it's also a picture of what they did, how our people considered it when the children of Israel passed through the sea. What is that concerning right here in verse 10? Art not thou it which had dried up the sea, the waters of the deep, that had made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over? You see, on one side of the flood, he's cutting the animal that's coming out of the sea. Over here, they saying he's busting the head of the animal that's in the sea, or the spirit that's in the sea. Now, watch this. This is out of that book, and it ain't no page number, so this would be chapter 4, the very end of it. This is what they say who worship Leviathan, and this is why we boast. This is what they say. Verse 50 of chapter 4, it say, whosoever says that they have broken Rahab, let him be ruled by your raging sea. Didn't Christ steal the raging sea? So if he's saying he cut Rahab, right? He get to be, and he's lying, he has to be ruled by the raging sea. Christ came and stopped the raging sea. That's why I say he treaded all over the sea. He's walking all over the serpent, if you understand. Watch this. If you have ears to hear, it say, let them be ruled by your raging sea. Christ wasn't ruled by the raging sea. He ruled the raging sea. That means his claim in Isaiah 51, 9 and 10 is true. And they say, whosoever say that they have broken Rahab Leviathan, let him be ruled by your raging sea, for when its waves rise, you steal them. That's a lie. He does it. Christ does. You have scattered your enemies with your mighty arms. That's Christ. They giving credit to their deity. The way we praise our God is the way they praising this deity. This will be the worship that they will be singing to Leviathan. That's in Revelation 13. It says, will they not refer to these as the ancient days? You see that? What does it say? What does Isaiah 51:9 say? Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O arm of the Lord. Awake as in the ancient days. You see that? The ancient days. It says, will they not call these the generations of old? What does it say? In the generations of old. You see that? Look, it say, will they not lie and say Rahab Leviathan was cut apart? He said they lying. Who's lying? He says the children of Israel, he wrote these records about that story's lying. This is a picture of Christ. It says they will lie and say that the great serpent was wounded. They who lie cannot dry the waters of the great deep. Who dried the waters of the great deep? Christ. That's us. That's him in the Old Testament, man. That's us, man. That's our Redeemer, man. Through the power of the Most High.
Is.
Yes.
Add Isaiah 27, 1 through say 1 through 7.
Let me finish this one and we'll get right there.
No doubt.
It says they who lie cannot dry the waters of the great deep. Man, the Most High did that, man. You see? This is work. It says holding themselves, holding and this is what they was talking about. This is the similitude. I can show that. That was the, we know who that similitude. That similitude is Christ. They who cannot lie, they who lie cannot dry the waters of the great deep. You see how it's connected right there to that thing when they say they will lie and say that the great serpent was wounded. The great serpent being wounded is a representation of Christ on this side of the flood, splitting the Red Sea, man. Because Christ is the God of the Old Testament, man. It says, nor can they make the depths of the sea a road, nor can they drown all who cross over, nor can they undo the sea by having made a road as Leviathan does. And when I say Christ, the God of the Old Testament, I mean the Most High too, but he was working with us through Christ. That brother Yah, what's his name, who asked that question? I hope you're understanding. I can show you it one more time over here. Hold on, you wanted that verse real fast? You wanted to read that? You sure?
I can read it. Not a problem.
Okay,
Yeah, Isaiah 27:1. In that day, the Lord, with his sword and great and strong sword, shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan, that crooked serpent. And he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. In that day sing ye unto her a vineyard of red wine. I, the Lord, do keep it. I will water it every moment, lest any hurt it. I will keep it night and day. Fury is not in me. Who will set the briars and thorns against me in battle? I will go through them. I will burn them together. Or let him take hold of my strength, that he may make peace with me, and he shall make peace with me. He shall cause them that come of Jacob, to take root. Israel shall blossom and bud, and fill the face of the world with fruit. Verse 7. He hath smitten him, as he smote those that smote him. Or is the slain according to the slaughter of them that are slain by him? So what I just read, family, is just to confirm that that serpent, that Leviathan, that's spoken all throughout scriptures, from what we call the Old Testament to the end. Yes, Yahushua is the one that will destroy that. That is the serpent that, as the book of Cain showed you, that's being worshipped, that will be worshipped in the end time. He just has different titles. Are you?
Hey, yeah, man. See how somebody said that now they have see why they have a fascination with Leviathan photos, man. Very good, man. That's why they have the "Don't Tread on Me" serpent everywhere. That serpent, all that stuff, bro. That's all they stuff.
Yo, Salaki, real quick, I also wanted to draw a parallel here as pertains to what we see these verses read here in Isaiah 51, as well as in Psalms 74, as far as some specific things. When we talk about wounded the dragon, so our ancestors, what they would do, as inspired by the Most High, is they would describe even oppressive nations in the likeness of beasts, in the likeness of dragons, in the likeness of a Leviathan, or what have you. Now, where it says, "Are you not it which dried up the sea?" So when did the sea dry up? That's speaking to when our people was being brought out of Egypt. The waters of the great deep that made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over, in terms of how people walked through the Red Sea. And then the Most High, in essence, basically closed that sea and basically punished what that particular beast there represents in Egypt, as far as the Most High rendering judgment upon Egypt, because of the fact that Egypt was trying to keep our people from being able to come forward the way the Most High was intending for us to. So when you talk about that text as well in Psalm 74. It's pretty much echoing the same language. Let me come back there real quick in Psalm 74, where it talks about how the Most High fed Leviathan, our people in the wilderness, in terms of how the Most High granted our people to overcome the oppressive nations, if you will, that was trying to come against us en route to the promised land. You know, kind of like how Caleb said, they shall be our food. They shall be food for us. When Israelites were afraid to go against the land, if you will, as far as the people that they perceived that was too much of a entity and a force for them to overcome. So that's pretty much the same dynamic as pertains to where it says in verse 13 here in Psalm 74, it says, and you did divide the sea by your strength. Again, when they walked through, in essence, that water, if you will. And you broke the heads of the dragons in the waters, and you broke the heads of Leviathan into pieces, and you gave him as meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. In terms of when our people was making that journey again through the Red Sea, when the Most High by his power opened up the Red Sea, and our people went out of that. And then our people were able to see the Most High give us victory over odds that we in and of ourselves couldn't have overcome without the Most High, granting us to be able to do so. And I yield with that. I just wanted to add that into the mix also.
So a few things, bro, just to wrap your question up. I don't want you to think I'm trying to leave you undone or nothing like that, man. With your question, I want to try to do as much justice as I can to answer it. To understand this, man, you remember the Bible is written in something I call 3D, 4D. It's written in a double, spiritual and natural, right? So, right. So we got to understand when the Most High is talking. So one way it shows Rahab, man, it introduces her. The first time I see it in any historical text like these extra biblicals, this over here about this spirit in the beginning, since we already kind of out there, uh there's a being called the Most High has all these different spirits that there are spirits that work for him, that he sends out to do different things, that are obedient, sometimes disobedient. It says in this page, this is page 68 of Legends of the Jews. This is something that was happening way back in the beginning, some more pre-deluvian or antediluvian material. Adam was having a struggle, and the Lord gave Adam a book, it says, and the devil was hating through the book in the sea. It says, fear not, I will give the book back to thee. And he called Rahab, the angel of the sea, and ordered him to recover the book from the sea and restore it to Adam. And so he did, right? So that's one position. And then one place you see that name. And then you'll see it again as we keep seeing Rahab, Leviathan, right? So he's going to, when we're crossing the sea, this is why our people we always consider the drying up of the sea, right? Now in the Bible it says Huldah, she was living by the college. Okay, you look that word college up, man. It's interesting in the Hebrew. This is when we were getting ready to come out of there's something called heavenly courts, and the spirits, they bring their cases before the Lord. Okay, they bring their cases before the Lord. The nations, you see, they bring their cases before the Lord. All the nations have a ruler over them spiritually, and so they argue about the treatment of their people, and they get their turn to reign, and all this stuff we're gonna bring out in that understanding of Babylon, right? But so what you see here is a court case in this book, and the angel over Egypt is making a plea against the children of Israel, and Michael, the great prince of our people, is going to put forth his evidence. This is very interesting. Please pay attention. All right. it says, I'll start here. Uzzah heard the verdict and said, O Lord of the worlds, I now know that my people deserve the punishment thou hast decreed, but may it please thee to deal with them according to thy attribute of mercy, and take pity upon the work of thy hands, for thy tender mercies are over all thy works, right? This is the angel over Egypt. It says he was asking for mercy on behalf of the Egyptians, saying, help them out, please, man, be merciful to them, please. You know what I'm saying? Now watch this. Almost the Lord yielded to users entreaties. Remember in Daniel, there's something called the Prince of Persia who was fighting against Gabriel. Okay, remember that. Remember there's Michael, the great prince of our people, right? It says the Lord who pleads your cause for you as well. It says also almost the Lord had yielded to Uzzah's entreaties when Michael gave a sign to Gabriel, the archangel that made him fly to Egypt. The book of Tobit talks about how angels fly swiftly, and fetched thence a brick there in the heavenly court, a brick for which the Hebrew child had been used as mortar. They used to put our children in the mortar, in the bricks, man, in between the bricks for mortar. Remember they said bricks and mortar and all that with the straw? When we was short, they would put us in the bricks. It says being used as a mortar, holding this incriminating object in his hand. They're in the heavenly courts, man. It says Gabriel, talking about the angel, that's how we know it's spiritual. Gabriel stepped into the presence of God and said, O Lord of the world, wilt thou have compassion with the accursed nation that has slaughtered thy children so cruelly? It says, then the Lord turned himself away from his attribute of mercy, and seating himself upon his throne of justice, he resolved to drown the Egyptians in the sea. The first upon whom judgment was executed was Egypt. Uzzah was thrown into the sea. A similar fate overtook Rahab, the angel of the sea. Rahab, the angel of the sea, with his host, Rahab made intercession before God in behalf of the Egyptians. He had said, why shouldest thou drown the Egyptians? Let it suffice the Israelites that thou hast saved them out of the hand of their masters. At that, he said that smart mouth remark to the Lord. At that, God dealt Rahab and his army a blow under which they staggered and fell dead. He then cast their corpses in the sea, where it's unpleasant odor. So that's why you see that right there, bro. In one instance, he's showing that picture right there. And then let's go back to the Bible, and I'll land this right here real fast, bro, about the quails, right? Because that's what you was asking about. That was part of it too. And him saying he gave it to them to be strange taste. He gave them flesh. Remember, they was eating bread from heaven, and the bread from heaven would taste like whatever they wanted it to taste like. So for them to request flesh and say they was tired of that light bread then was a major sign of disgrace. So he gave them what they was asking for. Remember, they wanted to go back to Egypt. This is Wisdom of Solomon 16:1. It says, therefore, they for by the like they were punished worthily, and by the multitude of the beasts tormented, instead of the which, dealing graciously with thine own people, thou preparedest for them meat of a strange taste, even quails, to stir up their appetite, to the end that they, desiring food, might, for the ugly sight of the beast sent among them, loathe even that which they must needs desire. But these, suffering penury for a short space, might be made partakers of the strange taste. You see, that's that strange taste that they was eating back there. The Lord prepared it for them. Watch this. Going back to your original question, your verse, let's read it again. Make sure we hit everything. This is Proverbs, Psalm 74. I'm trying to get off this mic, man. That was a good question. I love a good question, bro. For God is my king of old. That's what we hit in Psalms, Isaiah 51:9. Working salvation in the midst of the earth. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. I provided several examples of that, showing how in our ancient literature and in the Bible they saw him as him destroying Rahab Leviathan and the angel of the sea, Leviathan, again, in a weird way, not in a weird way, in how the book writes it. It says in the prophetic picture, rather, it says, thou didst divide the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads, plural, of the dragons in the waters, thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces, and gavest him to be meat inhabiting the wilderness, to the people inhabiting the wilderness, bro. So that's how I will answer your question, bro. And that was the purpose of the Wisdom of Solomon 16:2. Real fast, one more thing. Psalms 89 or 87 and 4 says, I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre with Ethiopia, this man was born there. Ooh, you heard me, yeah, boy, I'm on your grass more. It say, thou had, verse 89 and 10 say, thou hast broken
Man,
Rahab.
stop the madness,
Oh, I'm
man.
on your grass. You shouldn't have let. Hey, I'll pray to the Most High. You know I'm on your grass with that. It says, this is watch what this says over in Psalms 89 and 9. It says, thou rulest the raging of the sea, when the waves arise, thou stillest them. Ain't that's what I said about out of that book? They gonna say that Christ he did that. Thou hast broken Rahab in pieces. Who was that? Rahab Leviathan. That's what I just read out of that extra biblical text. When did he break him in pieces? When he bust his head and bust open the sea. As one that is slain, thou hast scattered thine enemies with thy strong arm. Who is Rahab? Rahab Leviathan. That's that spirit that was smashed in the sea, head bust in the sea. And that's why it says dragons plural as well, showing the prophetic pictures, man. But for the brother, I hope that answered your question.
Con. I'm about to tap out real quick. Appreciate y'all.
I'm about to tap out myself. I got to get up bright
Peace
and
and
early.
blessings, family.
Thank y'all so much for coming on. I look forward to y'all coming back again. So, family, thank y'all so much. Like and share this. Share this as well. Like I said, y'all, we moving to another place where we're getting ready to do more conversations like this or teachings like this. So, anything y'all got to say before I close up?
Man, heck, I'm tired of talking.
Man, I'm getting ready to get
Appreciate you, Sister E. Thank you so much.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, y'all. Shalom, y'all. Have a good one. Good night.
Yes.